And if at the expiration of that 5 minutes...
Administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 225-2B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from the Computer Science Teachers Association of Kenya, a national professional body representing computing educators. The association is dedicated to ensuring that educators are fully equipped to train the next generation of technology innovators in alignment with the country's National Digital Master Plan and strategic objectives. The petitioner highlights a concerning decline in the student participation in STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. At a critical juncture marked by the rise of artificial intelligence, AI, without timely intervention, the nation risks falling behind in the global competitiveness, innovation, and its ability to thrive as a fourth industrial revolution. Honorable members, the petitioner commends the Teacher Service Commission for its plan to prioritize STEM subjects and teachers during the scheduled recruitment of 24 intern teachers for junior secondary schools. Further, the petitioner acknowledged that the introduction of coding in the school curriculum in 2022, utilizing platforms such as Scratch and Python within the competency-based education, is welcome. Honorable members, the petitioner, however, raises concern that dependence on a single introductory tool falls short of preparing students for the complexities of contemporary programming and emerging fields such as AI, cybersecurity, and data science. I'll sit down so that members can walk in. Members, you may walk in, then I can proceed. Honorable members, the petitioner further says that in addition to the robotics component in the grade 7 and 9 curriculum, currently lacks substantive hands-on learning opportunities, limiting its effectiveness. The initiative faces significant challenges, including a shortage of trained teachers, inadequate infrastructure, and high resource costs. Honorable members, the petitioner observes that unlike extracurricular activities such as drama, music, and sports, STEM activities, particularly robotics, the lack of formal financial and policy statements will result in unequal access, especially among marginalized communities. This issue is exacerbated by the Kenya Science and Engineering Fair, KSEF policy, which mandates the use of proprietary Lego robotics kits. The high costs of these kits exclude affordable open source alternatives such as Arduino, Raspberry Pi Pico, and BBC Microbit. This exclusivity fosters elitism and restricts participation and hinders Kenya's potential to cultivate a locally relevant and scalable robotics culture. The petitioner concludes by stating that these challenges have contributed to a persistent digital divide, limiting the reach and impact of STEM programs, particularly in rural areas. Honorable members, the petitioner prays that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, engages the Ministry of Education to establish a national policy and funding framework for STEM and robotics, and direct the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development to incorporate hands-on learning components in AI, robotics, data science, and cybersecurity within the curriculum. Honorable members, having established that the matter raised in the petition is well within the authority of this House, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance to Standing Order 2272. Thank you, honorable members. Those members on their feet may sit down. We have another petition. Yes? Yes, Honorable Martha?
Madam Speaker, maybe just to get your guidance whether we can comment on this petition or we wait for you to go through the other. Okay.
Let me go. There's one more petition, then I'll give members an opportunity. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matters within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from the National Secretaries General, Dr. Constantine Wesonga Opio, of the University Academic Staff Union, UASU, and Dr. Charles Mukwaya of the Kenya University Staff Union, KUSU, concerning failure by the government to provide funds for the implementation of the 2017-2021 collective bargaining agreement for over 30,000 employees of public universities and colleges, totaling 7,974,630,447. Honorable members, the petitioners state that on the 28th of October 2019, the Inter-Public Universities Council's Consultative Forum and the University's Academic Staff Union, UASU, signed the 2017 to 2021 Collective Bargaining Agreement, CBA. The CBA was subsequently registered by the Employment and Labor Relations Court. Honorable members, the petitioner further states that in order to fund the 2017 to 2021 CBAs, Parliament approved the Supplementary Budget 2 estimates for the financial year 2019-2020 in May 2020, which contained allocation for the CBA, and further appropriated the funds under the Supplementary Appropriations Act of 2020. Honorable members, the petitioners claim that on 3rd July 2020, the National Treasury, through the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, availed 6.6 billion shillings to the public universities as initial funding for the CBAs, which covered part arrears of the basic salary for all public university workers represented by the University's Academic Staff Union, UASU, and the Kenya University Staff Union, KUSU, and the Kenya Union of Domestic Hotels and Education Institutions, Hospital and Allied Workers, who number approximately 30,000. Honorable members, I'll allow the members who are standing to be seated, then I can proceed. Please get to your seats as quickly as possible. Honorable members, the petitioners claim, the petitioners further claim that the balance of Kenya shillings 2.2 billion was expected to be included in the 2021-2022 budget. However, the National Treasury only allocated 2 billion, leaving a balance of 200 million. Honorable members, the petitioners aver that 2017 to 2021 CBA was effective from the 1st of July 2017 to the 30th June 2021, though it was to remain in force until its successor, the 2021 to 2025 CBA is concluded. The petitioners further state that failure to pay basic salary as per the registered 2017 to 2021 CBA is in breach of the terms and conditions of service for the academic staff comprising of professors, associate professors, senior lecturers, lecturers and assistant lecturers, tutorial fellows and graduate assistants, and that all public universities have not been paid their arrears in full accruing from the 2017 to 2021 CBA. Honorable members, the petitioners say that the matter was taken to the Employment and Labor Relations Court via case number ELRC-CBA and 3 of the 2020 collective bargaining agreement. The matter was subsequently determined by the said court, and when the matter proceeded to the Court of Appeal, the matter was settled in favor with interim orders for partial implementation. Honorable members, the petitioners further aver that totaling the cost of implementing the CBA is Kenya shillings 16.57 billion, including pension and liabilities, and not Kenya shillings 8.8 billion as per the computation of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, at the behest of the National Treasury and the Ministry of Education. Honorable members, the petitioners pray that the National Assembly urgently allocates funds for the full implementation of 2017 to 2021 CBA of Kenya shillings 7,974,630,447 and further allocates funds for the implementation of the 2025-2029 CBA. Given the nature of the prayers sought by the petitioners, I hereby commit this matter to the Departmental Committee on Education for consideration. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its finding to the House and the petitioners in accordance with our Standing Order 2272. Thank you, honorable members. I think Honorable Martha had asked to make a comment on this, and then we'll go to Honorable Kangogo, then Honorable Hillary, and then
Thank you.
Honorable
Thank you.
Mikal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to comment on the first petition and support the petitioners because, Madam Speaker, you know, it is very rare for us to even have the Ministry of Education here answering to a matter of funding of STEM. We have had them answer matters of extracurricular, matters of drama festival, basically the arts, Mr. Speaker, and you find that sciences very often are actually relegated to the edges and are left unfunded. And Madam Speaker, if you remember yesterday, the CS said they are reconsidering the policy on funding. And I think this petition has come at a very timely time when that review is being done. Madam Speaker, as a graduate and as an alumnus of the University of Nairobi School of Mathematics, I can confirm to you that over and over the years, the numbers are going down, and mostly for women, Madam Speaker. I remember in my class that graduated 07, of 40 of us in a classroom, less than 10 were women. So it means that it needs a lot of encouragement. And Madam Speaker, the encouragement we need is to put resources to ensure that we are also able to advocate for it. And Madam Speaker, I'll give you a live example of the support that we can give young men and women to enjoy STEM. Madam Speaker, we have hit the news recently with a young man called John Tingoi. John Tingoi comes from Gilgil, a fourth-year student in computer science in Chuka University. Madam Speaker, this young man we supported through CDF in Maranda High School. And Madam Speaker, this young man has gone to a competition organized by the World Quant Brain in 2025 International Quant Championship held in Singapore. Madam Speaker, this young man has come second runners-up out of 80,000 participants from 11,000 universities and from 142 countries, Madam Speaker, and put Kenya on the global map. That shows how much potential we have if we support STEM if we support young students to choose. And Madam Speaker, right now we are dealing with pathways. If you look at the pathways that are being chosen by young people, and I say that because I have a JSS child in my house, one of my sons, you'll find that they are going more to arts and to sports and not picking STEM because the advocacy is not enough, the money is not enough, and also in terms of funding, it is not enough. So as the ministry considers the other areas, can the policy also include STEM specifically and encourage girls even more because opportunities are there? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I seek your indulgence because I see there's a lot of interest for comments on these two petitions. Allow me, for reasons best known to yourselves also, to deal with order number 8, order number 9, and order number 10, which only question to be put. Then we can revert back to order number 4. So read order number 8.
Order number 8, motion. Report on the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Privatization Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, question to be put and third reading.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole on its consideration of the Privatization Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the privatization bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, be now read a third time. And I also request the Honorable Naomi Wako to second. But before she seconds, Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank members who burnt not the midnight oil, but at least up to 9 p.m. last evening to finalize conclusion of this very important bill. And Honorable Speaker, as we say during the second reading, this bill comes at a very timely time in the history of our country. The fact that this bill is coming at a time when the initial bill had been nullified by the courts on account of public participation. This bill went through immense public participation by the Committee on Public Debt and the Committee on Finance and National Planning, Honorable Speaker. And besides the public participation, Honorable Speaker, I'm speaking about public participation because I've had people say that state investments or state corporations are being sold without public participation. And one of the amendments that was proposed by the committee yesterday in Committee of the Whole House was a new clause 36A that obligates that even a privatization proposal, besides the privatization program, even the privatization proposal must now be approved by Parliament, so that even in law now we will have active public participation right from the proposal to the program. A new clause 76 that also amended the Public Finance Management Act also obligates government, again, Honorable Speaker, because those who have been speaking out there, and I have in mind the Wiper leader, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, because I have heard the Wiper leader say that we do not know where this money is going. I have heard the minority leader, deputy minority leader, Honorable Robert Mbui, say in press conferences, we do not know where this money is going to go to. The new clause 76, amending the PFM Act, obligates that any sale of shares will go to the consolidated fund. So those who are just speaking out there, Honorable Speaker, must know that now we are obligated by law that all this money, even what was in the bill was amended by the committee, that you cannot even have a special account that was interest-bearing to then later transfer within 90 days to the consolidated fund. See if the member for Naivasha would be in the House, or the member for Kajiado North, who I saw addressing a press conference out here on the IPO of Kenya Pipeline, but none of them were there. And you can see even now they are not here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the new clause 76 also speaks to the dilution of shares in state corporations.
Point of order? What's your point of order?
And it must be a point of order, not just a nuisance, Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you, Honorable Speaker. Is it of our colleagues criticizing that they didn't bring the amendment? An amendment can be brought by will. Maybe they didn't want to bring. It's also part of protest. They are protesting out there, and they are protesting by leaving that amendment so that you do it the way you know.
What is the point of order there now, Honorable Speaker? That is a point of argument.
You're out of order.
Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Anjikumbo here, because she was also not in the House. I was only mentioning those members who shout out there in funerals, in street rallies, but they are not there when you are doing legislation. Even yourself as a member for Kipipiri, you are not here. And you even have no idea what this privatization bill is speaking about. You have no idea what shares dilution is. You are blank. You have no idea on anything. Honorable Anjikumbo.
Let's proceed. Proceed, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying my last point was on shares dilution. Because part of the privatization, Honorable Speaker, speaks to dilution of shares in state corporations. And we have made sure that today, if the state is even to dilute shares in any state corporation, for instance, we own, I think, about 35% of Safaricom. If the state wants to dilute that shareholding from 35% to 25%, Honorable Speaker, that now
Madam
we also
Speaker,
obligate the House.
Is it in order for
sure
Majority Leader to say member for Kipipiri was not there while I was seated right there, and I even received the response for my statement on the roads? Is it in order for this leadership to be speaking of certain members of my group that they are not in the House, to try to tell their constituencies that the members are not the House? I'm in the House now. Why is this leadership forming this tradition to try to incite the constituencies about the members who subscribe to a manyora? It is one term.
Honorable Muya, you have made your point. I think proceed to
Honorable
move.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
Restrain ourselves to the moving of the...
Honorable Speaker, I was saying if you are to dilute shares, and I want Honorable Anjikumbo to listen to me. If you are to dilute shares, dilution is reducing in layman's language. If you are to reduce the shareholding of Safaricom today from 35% to 25%, we have now obligated with an amendment in a new clause 76, an amendment to the PFM Act, that even that dilution in a state-linked corporation, because some are quasi-private, but the state has a link because the state holds shares. If you are to do that, Parliament must also now approve. That tells you that for any sale of any government investment, you cannot do it without the express approval of the National Assembly on behalf of the people of Kenya. That is part of the public participation, Honorable Speaker, that we are obligated, because when you involve the National Assembly, we are again obligated by the Constitution to make sure that in any of the processes that we do, we involve the public, and therefore public participation will be integral in the dilution, in the sale of any state investments, Honorable Speaker. And with that, I beg to move Honorable Speaker, that we do read this privatization bill for a third time and request Honorable Naomi Wako, who was with me here up to 9 p.m. And I have no apologies, Honorable Speaker, when I say that members are not in the House. Honorable Anjiku Muhia was not here. Honorable Kibagendi was not here. The member for Kajiado was not here. Robert Mbui was not here. They are not all here. Even that rudderless, clueless, visionless group, none of them were here. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed, Honorable Wako.
Honorable Speaker, I second this bill, which is very relevant and very timely, and also appreciate the members who supported and debated with a lot of passion, and it is our prayer that this will transform our country. Thank you, positively.
Thank you, honorable members. I now propose the question, which is that the privatization bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, be now read a third time. Thank you, honorable members. I therefore now put the question, which is that the privatization National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025 be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for a regulatory framework for the privatization of public entities, to establish the privatization authority and for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion, report on the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Institute of Social Work Professionals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2023, question to be put and third reading.
Thank you, honorable members. I now put the question that the House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Institute of Social Work Professionals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2023. Mover. And sorry, we haven't taken a vote. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I could see Honorable Kimilu was very anxious and confused me. Honorable Kimilu, you may proceed to move.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Institute of Social Workers Professional Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 23, be now read the third time. I also request Honorable Millie Odhiambo to second, and before she second, I want to say something, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the House for the support. They supported this bill since we started, Madam Speaker. And I also want to thank the committee, which was resourceful to make sure that this bill goes through up to the third reading, and also the ministry, because, Madam Speaker, I've been working closely with all those parties, and they have done a good job. And I also want to thank some of the members, like Honorable Millie, who one day told me that our mother was a social worker. And having a concern with the social workers in this country, Madam Speaker, it is very important. So, Madam Speaker, I'm happy, and I want to appreciate all those who take part of this bill, and also some lecturers from Nairobi University, St. Paul University, Catholic University, and other universities who contributed a lot for this bill to reach where it has reached today, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I thank everybody who stood with me to make sure this bill sees the light of the day, Madam Speaker, up to this far. And I want to assure Kenyans that social workers are on the safe hands with the framework and with having a law on this social worker professional bill, Madam Speaker. So I, request Honorable Millie Odhiambo to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to second, and in seconding, I want to thank Honorable Kimilu for bringing this bill. I'm very passionate about social workers. As he says, my mother was a social worker, so I was raised by a social worker. And I saw the work she did firsthand. It was excellent work for the community and for the public, and we must honor social workers wherever they are. Thank you, and I do second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Social Work Professionals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17, be now read a third time. May I put the question? Honorable members, I therefore now put the question, which is that the Social Work Professionals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? And while I'm still on my feet, honorable members, allow me to recognize the ayes have it. I'll just take it again for avoidance of doubt. I therefore put the question, which is that the Social Work Professionals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And while I'm on my feet, I will recognize the presence of the following schools who are seated in the public gallery. Mukuru Transformers Secondary School from Embakasi South Constituency, Nairobi County. And we also have Kaimu Comprehensive Mixed Secondary School from Mwala Constituency, Machakos County. We also have Esoit Sampu Primary and Junior School from Kajiado East Constituency, Kajiado County. We also have Kiplagich Secondary School from Kerusoi South Constituency, Nakuru County. And those members, okay, it's written Kiplagich, so it's Kiptagich. Okay, got it. Kiptagich Secondary School from Kerusoi South Constituency, Nakuru County. Such at times always get the spelling right.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment of the Institute of Social Work and the Social Work Professionals Board, to provide for the examination, registration, and regulation of the standards and practice of social work professionals, and for connected purposes.
You want to speak?
Order number 10, motion, consideration of the 7th report of on the examination of financial statements of selected state corporations. Question to be put.
I'll allow the member from Kajiado East to welcome the schools before we proceed to motion 10 to put the question. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm the member for Kajiado Central, but I want to welcome the school from Kajiado East on behalf of their area MP, who is not in the house today. He's dealing with some unfortunate incident in Isinya, some tribal skirmishes, which is very unfortunate. But let me take this opportunity to welcome the students from Kajiado East to Parliament and ask them to work hard in their studies. And the sky is the limit. These members who are here have not taken any other route than the route that they're taking today. So I welcome all the students in the house. Karibuni Bunge.
Thank you on behalf of the entire House for welcoming our guests. And now, honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the 7th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of the financial statements of the following state corporations, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 13th August 2025. 1, the National Syndemic Diseases Control Council, formerly National AIDS Control Council, for the financial year 2017-2018 and 2023-2024. 2, the National Social Security Fund for the financial years 2021 and 2022 to 2023 to And 3, the National Cancer Institute of Kenya for for the financial years 2019 and 20 to 2023 to 2024. And lastly, the Child Welfare Society of Kenya for the financial years 2015, 2016 to 2018 to 2019. Mover. All right, honorable members, let's move back to petitions. Honorable Kangogo, you are on your feet. And let's keep it short because I know a few members also want to requested to make comments.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Okay.
I want to comment on the first petition that, Madam Speaker, with this technological era, there is need, Madam Speaker, that we incorporate ICT into our curriculum. There is need to have the artificial intelligence and related technologies, Madam Speaker, to be incorporated right from our primary schools. But, Madam Speaker, as we consider even this petition, it's unfortunate that we are talking about incorporating AI into our curriculum when in many parts of the country, especially the rural areas, Madam Speaker, our students, they lack the basic infrastructural facilities in their schools. We cannot be talking about, Madam Speaker, in the next few weeks, the grade 9 students, they are going to start their exams and soon also the KCSE. And Madam Speaker, you will find that the grade 9s in the rural villages, they have not even seen these computers. They don't know even what a computer is. There is no labs in those schools, but they are going to sit the same exam, Madam Speaker, with the students of Nairobi where they are equipped with everything, including that AI. So, Madam Speaker, even as we focus about looking into the curriculum, we must focus first developing the infrastructure, building the schools. Some students in parts of Kenya, Madam Speaker, they are still landing under the trees. So, as I support this petition, Madam Speaker, I want to ask our colleagues, members of parliament here, and even the government, let's focus first the infrastructure and build the classes for our students, especially in the rural villages. Thank you. Madam Speaker.
Remember, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support this petition, Madam Speaker, and while at it, Madam Speaker, I want to call on this House and probably the conscience of the Kenyan people to relook at the entirety of our education system, Madam Speaker. Even as we transition to the competency-based education and the STEM, Madam Speaker, the component of agriculture is given a narrow line within the STEM subject. And Madam Speaker, we live in a country where our entire youth and our education system, we were told that agriculture is the backbone of our country. And the story ended there, Madam Speaker. We did nothing to make sure that we inculcate agriculture properly into our systems, Madam Speaker, so that we ended up having students going to study unhelpful degrees, where you find students graduating with degrees in anthropology, Madam Speaker, degrees in CRE, that cannot provide any meaningful job opportunities, Madam Speaker. And as we have transitioned to the STEM, we are also giving a narrow line to agriculture, Madam Speaker. And the Gen Zs who are growing up in this system of education, Madam Speaker, none of them is interested.
Allow the member to make his point of order. What's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, the honorable member has stood on his feet to say that the subjects that brought us to this house, the arts, the thinking subjects, are not useful subjects. Madam Speaker, we all support science, but we don't want people to stop thinking just because we want technocrats. We are here because we studied history and CRE and other more thinking subjects.
I think
but
his
now we're talking
stance
about
corrected. Maybe you can...
Like Honorable Sunguli.
I think what he means is just to say that we are not saying that those subjects are not significant,
yes, sir.
But we need these other subjects to propel us to the next industrial revolution.
And Madam Speaker,
I think that's more polite.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, besides that, my point was serious that these Gen Zs, who are our children, Madam Speaker, they are not interested anymore in agriculture and farming. So that in 20 years, who will go and feed them when all of them are flocking towns for ICT and all these other degrees, Madam Speaker, if we don't bring on board education that can stabilize the country in terms of food security and agriculture must be made a common subject, Madam Speaker, in place of history and CRE and geography and anthropology.
I think the next one was who? Okay, Honorable Nyikal, I remember, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support petition number 2. Madam Speaker, our lecturers have been on strike for a long time. Our kids are on the streets. But as the petition committee looks at this, there's one point that stands out, that these bargaining agreements are actually made and years later, they have not been agreed to. And we would like the committee to look at why is it that we make collective bargaining agreements and then end the strikes or get an agreement with workers and then we do not adhere to them. Every time there's a strike, you hear there is the collective bargaining agreement was made years earlier. Number 2, during this strike, there's been a very interesting information where the lecturers are, the facts they're stating are totally different from what the ministry is stating. And yesterday when the minister was here, it was also very evident that the information the minister had is totally different from what we know on the ground. For example, regarding the issue that kids are not given certificates, the minister said they are given and they are isolated cases, that children are going to school very early in the morning. The minister said nothing like that exists. So the basic thing they should look at, the information the minister is using to run the ministry, where does that information come from if it is totally not related to what everybody's seeing? We cannot run a country if we do not use facts and figures. So let the committee look into the issue of the facts that are used, the information given to the minister while the minister is making decisions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, allow me to, before we continue, to recognize the presence of this school, which is seated in the public gallery, Ngarwa Rironi Primary School from Kipipiri constituency, Nyandarua County. And I'd allow Honorable Wanjiko Muhia, member for Kipipiri, to welcome them on behalf of the National Assembly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity to welcome all the schools in the Speaker's Gallery and the public gallery to the National Assembly. This is the 13th Parliament of the 13th National Assembly where we make laws, where we have different opinions, and this is a very good house. I would pray that you read hard, and when you aspire to be leaders, you come and serve here one time. In a special way, I recognize Ngarwa Primary School. Honorable Speaker, this is the best primary school in Kipipiri, which has been doing very well and taking many students to the best high schools like Alliance and the rest. I also welcome them. Thank you.
Okay, the Honorable Member for Funyula, I think you'll be the last one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also stand here to support the two petitions concerning STEM and computer, but more particularly, Honorable Speaker, I'm here to support the petition by the university lecturers. When the Cabinet Secretary was here yesterday, it would seem that this country are talking at cross purpose. Whatever the Cabinet Secretary is talking about, the lecturers talking completely different thing. And we just hope and pray that the supposed mediation that is going to happen today is going to narrow down the differences so that we can ascertain what's the amount due to be paid to the lecturers, so that the system must be put in place to ensure they are paid in good time. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of negotiation of CBA, collective bargaining agreement, it would be neat and more organized if we could be starting much early enough, include them in the budget in good time, to avoid this accumulation of arrears over time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the petitions.
Okay, Honorable Members, we now move to the next petition by the member for Kiambu, Honorable Waithaka. You may proceed, Honorable Waithaka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public petition regarding road reserve boundaries and protection of ancestral land by the residents of Gitei Village, Kiambu County. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the residents of Gitei Village, Kirigiti, location Reabai Ward, Kiambu County, draw the attention of the National Assembly to the following. One, that Gitei Village is an ancestral settlement home to more than 10,000 residents who have developed their land, carried out farming, and established permanent and semi-permanent structures, guided by an understanding that the Kiambu-Roiro Road Reserve measures 40 meters. Two, that the Kenya National Highways Authority, KENHA, has recently placed new beacons along the road between kilometers 12 plus 800 Kio River and KM 14 plus 500 Kirigiti, with the intention to expand the road reserve from 40 meters to 60 meters, contrary to long-standing government assurances and community practice. Three, that the survey plan FR number 9/69, authenticated in 1914, forms the basis of KENHA's decision, despite being a colonial era plan drawn prior to Kenya's independence, which provides for inconsistent corridor widths along the same road. Four, that the Kenya land demarcation of 1958 and subsequent developments, burials, and investments were carried out with the assurance of a 40-meter reserve and extending the corridor to 60 meters
Give him the mic. Oh, he has the mic. Proceed, member for Kiambu.
Yeah, about that. That the Kenya land demarcation of 1958 and subsequent developments, burials, and investments were carried out with the assurance of a 40-meter reserve and extending the exhumations, demolitions, displacement, and irreparable intergenerational losses. 5, that the Kenya Gazette Notice, Volume CV number 59 of 6 June 2003 classified the Kiambu-Roiro Road as C63 with a gazetted road reserve corridor of 40 meters, which has consistently guided contractors and residents since independence. Then Ministry of Public Works, by a letter dated 19th June 2004, in response to an inquiry by Dr. K. Musava, a resident of Gitai village, confirmed that the road reserve of the affected section is 40 meters wide. 7, that the Kio River, which serves as the main water resource for Gitai village, is designated as riparian land by the Water Resource Management Authority at 30 meters from the river edge, and combined with Kenha 60-meter claim, this renders some parcels of land such as Dumberi, Riabai, 1425, and 37 entirely consumed, leaving landowners landless despite holding valid titles. Number 8, that the residents continue to pay land rates on such parcels without compensation or exemption, even when their land is designated as riparian or compulsory acquired. 9, that despite various engagements with Kenha and Kiambu Water and Sewage Corridor Company through letters, site visits, and consultations, residents have not received any substantive response, compensation, or relief. And 10, that the matters raised in this petition are not pending before any court of law, constitution, or legal body. Therefore, Madam Speaker, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, 1, directs the immediate review and revocation of reliance on Survey Plan FR number 9/69, 1914, and adoption of current status Gazette notices, and recommends for gazettement of the road reserve between kilometers 12 plus 800 Kio River and kilometers 14 plus 500 Kirigiti as 40 meters to ensure uniformity with the rest of the Kiambu-Roiro Road corridor. Number 2, recognizes and protects valid certificates of title holders, particularly where road reserve and riparian land overlap with special attention to Ndumberi Riabai parcels 14, 125, and 337. 3, ensures that adequate, equitable, and transparent compensation for any compulsory acquisition of land is carried out through a meaningful public participation and legal due process. And 4, makes any other recommendations it may deem appropriate to address the plight of the petitioners. And your petitioners will forever pray. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let's move to the next order, papers. Read the next
Order number 5, papers.
Okay, papers, Majority Leader. Proceed, Honorable Wako.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, October 9, 2025. 1, 2025 Budget Review and Outlook paper from the National Treasury, and 2, reports of the Auditor General and Financial Statement for the year ended 30th June 2025 and the certificates therein in respect of 1, Witness Protection Agency Staff Housing Mortgage Scheme Fund, and 2, Witness Protection Agency Staff Motorcar Loan Scheme Fund. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you. Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. Or who is reading it on behalf of the Departmental Committee? Yes, Honorable Chonga, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 9th October 2025. Joint report on the Departmental Committee on Labor and the Select Committee on Diaspora Affairs and Management Migrant Workers on its consideration of session paper number 5 of 2023 on the National Policy on Labor Migration. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next is member for the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on behalf of the chairperson, Honorable Stephen Mogaka. That's what I have on the order.
Speaker.
You may proceed, Honorable Mogaka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, the 9th October, the year of the Lord 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the Sexual Offences Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 78 of 2023. I beg to lay the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Honorable Chairperson for Departmental Committee on Labor, or on their behalf. Who was giving the notice of motion on behalf of the Departmental Committee on Labor?
Proceed.
Proceed. You moved from where you were sitting.
No, I've just laid the paper.
Oh, so you had to rush. Okay.
So I decided not to go back.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the joint report on the Departmental Committee on Labor and the Select Committee on Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers on its consideration for sessional paper number 5 of 2023 on the National Policy on Labor Migration, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 9th October 2025, and approves sessional paper number 5 of 2023 on the National Policy on Labor Migration. I beg to lay. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next is the Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. You have to stick to your chair because then I look for you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 5th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for commodity funds for the financial year 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023.
Thank you. Next order. You have another one? Do you have another one, member for Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee? You have 2 notices of motion.
Yes.
It only shows 1 here. Okay.
Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 13th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Agricultural Food Authority Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Veterinary Services Development Fund, and Government Press Fund for the financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 14th August 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I still have another one.
Seem to be a longer list.
Yes, I have so many, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 10th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Prison Industries Revolving Fund and Prison Farm Revolving Fund for the financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 14th August 2024.
Honorable Chairperson, you can just read the opening and then just list down all of them.
Wow. It will be page after page.
Because you've gone to F. So I think go from...
Honorable Speaker, there are different funds.
Yes, but you can say that you want to, you're moving a notice of motion on this financial statements for 1, commodities fund, 2, stores and services, 3, land, like that, so that it's, yeah. it flows. But it seems like she doesn't have the same order as me.
No, I don't have the same paper, Honorable Speaker. I use yours. Kindly allow me to use
Just
mine.
proceed the one.
It won't take long,
yeah.
Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give, Honorable Speaker, I gave to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the 11th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for Tourism Fund and Tourism Promotion Fund for the financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, August 2024. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of motion. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the 19th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Kenya National Highway Authority and Maintenance Levy Fund, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, Road Maintenance Levy Fund, and Kenya Urban Rural Authority and Road Maintenance Levy Fund, and Kenya Wildlife Services and Maintenance Levy Fund for the financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 14th. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the 8th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for Street Families Rehabilitation Trust Fund for the financial year 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopt the 7th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Land Settlement Fund for the financial year 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, and the Railway Development Fund holding account for the financial year 2017 to 2018, 2018 to 2019, 2019 to 2020, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the 6th report of the financial report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Stores and Services Fund for financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, and Occupational Safety Health Fund for the financial years 2020-2021, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your patience.
Has she completed all of them? Yes. I was trying to tick them. She's finished all of them. Okay. Okay, move to the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Okay, we'll start with the statement, the traditional statement, the traditional Thursday statement by the Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 7th October 2025, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. On Tuesday next week, the House is expected to continue the consideration of the following bills at the second reading, should they not be concluded today. One is the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2024. 2 is the T Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2023. And 3, the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2023. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are listed in today's order paper, should they not be concluded today. 1, consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework. 2, consideration of reports of the East African Legislative Assembly at the 4th meeting of the 2nd session of the 5th Assembly. 3, consideration of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order of 2025. 4 is consideration of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. 5 is the first report on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 3 commissions. And 6, report on the audited accounts for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme for the financial years 2011, 2012 to 2021, 2022. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Health, the Honorable Aden Bare-Duale, is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 15th October 2025, to respond to the following questions. 1, question number 050 of 2025 by the member for Kirinyaga Central, the Honorable Joseph Gitari MP, regarding the reasons why the Administrator of the National Police Service Medical Insurance Scheme, MS Medical Administrators Kenya Limited, does not allow its beneficiaries to select their preferred hospitals for medical services. 2 is question number 052 of 2025 by the member for Nyandarua County, the Honorable Faith Gitau MP, regarding measures being undertaken by the Ministry to ensure secure, affordable treatment for multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, considering its more challenging and prolonged treatment regime. 3 is question number 073 of 2025 by the member for Mukurweni, the Honorable John Kagushia, regarding outstanding payment of Kenya shillings 450 million owed Consolata Hospital Madari by the Social Health Authority. 4 is question number 074 of 2025 by the member for Matuga, the Honorable Kasim Tandaza, MP, regarding the status of payments and implementation of the Social Health Insurance Fund in Matuga constituency. 5 is question number 075 of 2025 by the member for Laikipia West, the Honorable Karani Stephen MP, regarding access and contribution challenges facing informal sector workers under the Social Health Insurance Fund. 6 is question number 076 of 2025 by the member for Kiambaa, the Honorable John Kawanjiko MP, on the following: the status of the SHA benefits package for cancer patients. 2, the status of healthcare in Kiambu County, bearing in mind the status of the industrial action ongoing in Kiambu County and the purported withdrawal of healthcare medical interns from Kiambu County health facilities. And 3 is a status report from the ministry on the reported deaths, maternal deaths of both mothers and newborn babies in healthcare facilities in Kiambu County in the last 3 to 4 months. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to draw the attention of the House to the provisions of Standing Order 41-2, which provides that a bill that has been published, read a first time, or which the second reading has not been concluded at the end of the 2 consecutive sessions shall lapse. I therefore encourage committees to prioritize the consideration of bills in this category pending before them and table their respective reports. This will enable the House to consider the bills within the timelines necessary to save them from lapsing at the end of this session. Honorable Speaker, it is important to remind members that after the short recess, we'll only be here for another 4 to 5 weeks. And therefore, any bills...
I think, Majority Leader, maybe you instruct also the clerk to send a message to all the...
Yes, to members who have bills.
Yes.
But more importantly is to chairs and vice chairs of committees and even members in committees who are considering bills on behalf of members to ensure that they complete with them so that those bills do not lapse at the end of this session on the first week of December. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 14th October 2025 to schedule any other priority business for the rest of the week. And I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. And before we proceed to the next statement, allow me to recognize the presence of the following school, which is seated in the Speaker's Gallery: Ilodoriak Secondary School from Kajiado West Constituency, Kajiado County. I think you're supposed to rise when you're recognized. Then also, I also wish to recognize the presence of Nandi County Boda Boda Association from various constituencies in Nandi County. And I will request Honorable Polo Biego, member for Chesumei, to invite them on behalf of the National Assembly, including the school.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I rise on behalf of this House to actually welcome everybody who is a visitor to this House, the schools coming from various parts of the country, and also the Boda Boda team coming from Nandi County. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, because we know that Boda Boda people play a major role in our communities. And I would like to just tell the Boda Boda people here that Parliament is considering bills to improve safety, such as requiring registration, GPS tracking, uniform wear, membership in SACCOs, while also receiving petitions from riders themselves seeking to regulate the sector and protect digital riders. I would also want to put to the attention, Madam Speaker, that there are so many other good things that are happening, and on response to misconduct, that the tightened regulations are a direct response to incidents of violent behavior by some Boda Boda riders, such as setting vehicles on fire after accidents. So they should really be very careful in how they handle the general public. Otherwise, I take this opportunity on behalf of all the members here to welcome the Boda Boda riders from Nandi and everybody who is here. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to the next statement by the Honorable Member for Nandi County, Honorable Cynthia Muge. You may proceed. Kuli, you're confusing the Honorable Member for Nandi County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise pass on to the provisions of standing order number in the tragic killing of two people, that is Mr. Joachim Kiprotich of ID number 361998880 and one Mr. Robert Kipruto number 361998880 and one Mr. Robert Kipruto Rugut of ID number 38328399. It also left scores maimed, and it also left a trail of destruction of property. The situation remains tense in Chebonet, in Tindret. The disruption of livelihoods is evident, and it has caused the residents to live in fear and a lot of anxiety. Of great concern, Madam Speaker, is the excessive use of force that police officers applied in restoring normalcy, allegedly, including the seemingly unjustified use of live ammunition. Honorable Speaker, the spate of violence in Kimwani Chebonet area is attributable to historical disputes over land that was previously owned by Agricultural Development Corporation, that is ADC, and which is believed to have been irregularly leased. It has been subleased and also allocated to private owners. The residents, Madam Speaker, state that this is their ancestral land, which was disinherited from them by the colonial government, and hence it ought to be reverted back to the community. And I agree with the residents, Honorable Speaker. This matter has been brought to this House through various petitions and statements, but no viable solution has been implemented. This has resulted in a precarious situation in terms of security that threatens the peace and tranquility of the area. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that pursuant to Standing Order 2165A and 2182, I seek an inquiry into the matter from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following matters. Number one, the circumstances leading to the use of excessive force by police, including the reported use of live ammunition, that caused the tragic deaths of the two people. And number two, Madam Speaker, the steps being taken to investigate the killings and hold accountable those responsible for the loss of life that was witnessed. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, the measures being put in place to de-escalate tensions and ensure the safety of the residents of Kimwani, Chebonet, and the surrounding areas. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the plans in place by the ministry, jointly with other relevant ministries and agencies, to resolve underlying land dispute and prevent future conflicts. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable Millie?
Madam Speaker, it is not very often that we get to do or say this. So I will seek your indulgence. First of all, let me just say I'm very happy that you have taken over as Madam Speaker from another Madam Speaker. It's very rare. It's always Mr. Speaker. But Madam Speaker, what I wanted to say, I've been observing the Honorable Member, Honorable Muge, who has just spoken and sought a statement. And Madam Speaker, it's hard, I don't know how to put it, but I feel such warmth when you see young women doing extremely well. I watched her yesterday when she was contributing to my bill in the committee of the whole House, and I've been seeing the way she's ably representing her constituency.
No doubt, Honorable Millie.
We never say this, but Madam Speaker, I know the men are complaining, but you are too many in the House. When you see, the point of order is when there is a woman that is remarkable like this. I don't know whether she is one of the people who is receiving award or whether her name has been put in as one of the people receiving the honors in the House. Because she's, in terms of contribution, these are the people we need to be awarded. She's doing excellent.
Thank you,
Madam
thank you.
Speaker, if we don't recognize our own, who will recognize for us? She's doing an excellent job.
Honorable Millie, I've indulged you. Honorable Millie, I have indulged you because I agree with you. That is to start with, that she's one of the young women who are doing very well. And we take note. But honorable members, let us go back to the order, number 7. Let us start with the member for Marsabit. Kindly, your request for statement.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to seek for statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding disappearance of one Mr. Jilo Guyoboru of ID number 219-26678. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Jilo Guyoboru was allegedly abducted on 22nd September 2025 between Dambala Fachana area and Sololo Makutano Center while returning home from work. Eyewitnesses reported that 6 armed men in civilian clothing with their faces concealed forcibly bundled him into a Toyota Probox vehicle bearing a civilian number plate while his motorcycle was loaded into a government Land Cruiser. Since then, his whereabouts remain unknown. The incident was officially reported at Sololo Police Station on 23rd September 2025 under occurrences number OB 06260925. Despite efforts to obtain assistance from the government and security agencies to trace Mr. Guyo, no progress has been made. Further inquiries at local police station have yielded no information. His sudden disappearance with no information on his location is causing profound emotional and psychological distress to his family and friends. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Guyo's case is not isolated. It points to a disturbing pattern of human rights violation that appears to have escalated since the launch of Operation Ondoa Jangili by the National Police Service on 3rd February 2025. And unfortunately, this operation which was originally intended to protect the community, has been weaponized to victimize and terrorize these people, terrorize the very people it was meant to safeguard. Alarmingly, this blatant violation persists unchecked and with impunity, particularly in Sololo sub-county in Moyale constituency. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Number one, a status report on the disappearance of Mr. Jilo Guyoboru of ID number 219-26678 and investigation by the police into this incident as reported under OB number 06-23-09-2025. Number two, actions being taken by the security agencies to update the family and ensure that the missing person is expeditiously traced and reunited with his family and the proprietors brought to account for their actions. And lastly, measures put in place by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to ensure the safety of residents of Sololo sub-county and Moyale at large, Moyale constituency at large in Marsabit County, including safeguards to ensure the operation Ondoa Jangili is executed within the principles of the rule of law. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Chairman, Administration and Internal Security. How long do you need for both this one and the statement by Member for Nandi?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I agree your judgment. The two, both the statements or other statements were not in the order paper, but you are within your right to allow. Madam Speaker, on the issue of the Honorable Naomi, I want really to say the issue of urgency, and I will take for 1 week. Next week, Thursday.
Next week, Thursday.
If not a conclusive one, at least a preliminary response.
Yes.
On the second question, Madam Speaker, the question being sought by the Member of Parliament for Nandi, Cynthia Muge, I need your indulgence, Madam Speaker, because looking through the so-called statement, it is requesting for an inquiry, Madam Speaker. So maybe I need your indulgence because you know an inquiry is not a statement, an inquiry is not a question. So maybe I need first your indulgence whether is it
the week after recess
statement. I'm saying, is it an inquiry? You know what is
it? It is a statement. The Speaker has approved it as a statement.
Madam Speaker, an inquiry. Maybe we need to confirm from the member.
It's an inquiry.
She's here, Madam Speaker. The statement is here with me. It is against this background that pursuant to Standing Order number 2016, I seek an inquiry.
Is it prevented in the Standing Orders, the inquiry? You can't seek an inquiry.
Honorable Muge, when I look through your statement, it looks like a statement to me. If you put inquiry, it becomes something else. So can you confirm that it's a matter of semantics or you meant inquiry? That means, of course, deeper and longer time in terms of getting a response.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like I stated in my statement as well, there's been so many petitions that have been brought to this House regarding those same matters. And we have no tangible response to them.
So, Chair, I think you're right. And what Honorable Muge is requesting for is more than just a statement then. I think I'll give it a maximum within 60 days because an inquiry is deeper need some more time and maybe more details, so within 60 days.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and well guided. And Madam Speaker, just to confirm, we were there about 2 or so weeks ago as a committee, as part of our fact-finding mission. Actually, we visited the Nandi, and to be specific, even Tindret. And I can confirm that the concern raised by the honourable member, of course, there have been some sporadic, on and off cases of insecurity, and I think there are merit in her asking for an inquiry.
Very well. The timeline
so
is
well
given.
guided.
All right. We'll go to the next request now, as in the order paper. Member for North Hall, are you in the house? Yes, kindly request your statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm requesting for a statement regarding the plight of IDPs in Marsabit County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the plight of IDPs in Marsabit County. Honorable Speaker, during the tribal clashes that occurred between 2017 and 2021, over 600 households in Marsabit County were displaced due to socio-political violence. These families, for the past 4 years, resided in makeshift tents, temporary shelters, and camps in Marsabit County in dire and deplorable conditions. The IDPs lack access to basic needs such as water, food, proper sanitation conditions. The provision of relief food by the government to the affected households is intermittent and unsustainable, and there is need to permanently resettle the families. Furthermore, the IDPs, in an effort to find alternative settlement, were forcefully evicted, beaten, injured, and their properties banned by security agencies. Honorable Speaker, the national and county governments have repeatedly made assurance regarding permanent resettlement and compensation for the families, but this process has been painfully slow.
Order, Honorable Mwenje. Totally out of order. Continue, Honorable Member.
This House also approved the allocation of funds towards the resettlement process, but the government has failed to take up steps towards the implementation of the same. The continued delay in the resettlement, rehabilitation, and reintegration of the IDPs in Marsabit is a crisis that needs to be addressed urgently. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Administration and Internal Security on the following. Plans by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to expedite and conclude the process of resettlement, rehabilitation, and reintegration of the IDPs, including specific timelines for the resettlement and compensation process. And finally, specific measures being implemented to restore and sustain long-lasting security in Marsabit County. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, Honorable Speaker, aware that we are going for recess, possibly next week, maybe allow me to do 1 week immediately we resume from recess.
I think that is in order. Next request by member for Kiambu, Honorable Mashua.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations regarding the delayed payment of a subcontractor for the works undertaken in construction of the Environmental Conservation Gallery at Uhuru Gardens by the Ministry of Defense. Honorable Speaker, Joathwang Enterprises Limited was subcontracted by China Yongwing Company Limited to undertake construction of an environmental conservation gallery at Uhuru Gardens under the supervision of the Ministry of Defense. The works commenced in February 2022, where the subcontractor was able to successfully complete the foundation works. However, immediately after the 2022 general elections and the subsequent change of regime, the project was halted before completion. Despite having fully discharged its contractual obligations in good faith, Jothwan Enterprises Limited has to date not received payment for the works executed. This has subjected the company to severe financial distress, including difficulties in servicing loans and meeting obligations directly tied to the project. The delayed payment raises concerns regarding the accountability of government in supervision of projects undertaken by foreign contractors who engage local subcontractors. Honorable Speaker, it's against this backdrop that I request for the statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following. 1, a report on the contractual arrangements between the Ministry of Defense, China Huaying Company Limited, and Jothwan Enterprises Limited in the Uhuru Gardens Environmental Conservation Gallery project, including the obligations of the Ministry in ensuring payment of the subcontractors. 2, the reason for the suspension of the project and halting payment of completion works. 3, measures taken by the Ministry of Defense to ensure that Jothwan Enterprises Limited and other subcontractors are paid for works already completed. And 4, a clear timeline within which payment shall be effected to protect Kenya's subcontractors from unfair treatment in government projects. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I don't see the chair for defense, neither the vice chair. And on that case, I will task the minority whip, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who is a member of that committee, that we get the response the first week after we resume from recess. Very well. Next one by member for Wajir West. Are you in the house? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs regarding compensation of Wagala massacre victims. Honorable Speaker, the Wagala massacre, which occurred on 10th February 1984, was a dark chapter in the history of our country. More than 5,000 people lost their lives after security forces rounded up and tortured men and male children over the age of 12 years at the Wagala airstrip. The quest for justice remains an illusion to the people of Wagala. The survivors have spent decades demanding accountability by the government without any resolution. In 2013, the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission, TJRC, in its report acknowledged the atrocities and recommended an official apology from the government and implementation committee be formed to execute the recommendations. Further, in 2015, the fourth president offered a public apology for the atrocities, rekindling the hope for compensation. However, none of the victims and their families have been compensated for the torture and injuries suffered and the loss of their loved ones. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the following. Number 1, a report on the status of implementation of recommendation by the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission, especially regarding the victims of Wagala massacre. 2, an explanation for the inordinate delay in compensating the families and victims of Wagala massacre. 3, measures being put in place to provide support to the survivors, including providing rehabilitation programs and fast-tracking compensation. Madam Speaker, this is the second time I'm requesting for this statement with no response. So I'm requesting the relevant committee.
Are you done with the
Yeah,
request?
I'm done.
I do not want to allow comments on statements. You know our standing orders. Yes. So allow me. What do you mean not comment, Honorable Bowen? If it is not a comment, then unless you have a statement.
Madam Speaker, what the honorable member has just read about the compensation of victims of Wagala massacre. Madam Speaker, there is a team which was formed by His Excellency the President some months ago for compensation of those who were killed, those who were brutalized during the demonstration. But Madam Speaker, in that report or in that team which the President formed, there is need, Madam Speaker, to expand, to include those victims of Wagala massacre, to the banditry victims of Kerio Valley, Madam Speaker, where we lost even so many people because of banditry, and even the post-election violence, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Bowen, you can actually bring a statement to that effect. I think Honorable Member is very specific to Wagala massacre, and I think he said it's the second time. I think we should actually allow him to get the response specifically on Wagala massacre. Minority Whip on the same.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, you do notice that this is the second time this afternoon that we have talked about the issue of victims. Those IDPs who are victims of post-election violence, then the Wagala massacre who are also victims of excess of state power. Madam Speaker, I brought before this House the Victim Protection Act, which is a law. Would I be in order to request that as the relevant committee is looking at it, that they look at that framework, because I know that the body that was formed was also struggling with under what framework to pay. And I don't understand what framework you pay when there is already a Victim Protection Act. So that even when people are struggling going to court, all you need to do is appoint this very same people, minus Faith Odhiambo, to the the body under that act, which already has a fund, and we appropriate money.
Good.
And we can then we can cover plus the Wagala massacre and the Kerio ones. We can start from the latest backwards.
Well said. I think the chair is well. Where has the chair disappeared?
To bring a statement, I mean the response to for this specific statement.
JLAC, it's already committed to JLAC. JLAC, do we have the chair? No? Member? TJ, you're a senior member of that committee. Can you hold brief for your chairman?
For a moment, I thought my party leader here was propping me for failure. But yes, I can hold brief for my...
The first week after we come from recess.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Member for Kipipiri? Honorable members, you see the need to have your cards. You make the work for the clerks very difficult to keep looking where you're seated.
True, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the delayed construction of Geta Donyujero Road project. This road is also known as Captain Demi Stroke Wanjohi, Kwamato, Geta, Kahuroko, Donyujero Road in Kipipiri constituency. Honorable Speaker, construction of this critical road commenced in the year 2018, yet progress has remained extremely slow. The project was launched twice, first in November 2018 and again in February 2023. However, the contractor left the site soon after the launch. While appearing before the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure in the year 2023, the Cabinet Secretary assured me that the project would be completed by the end of 2024. But there has been no meaningful progress to date. The continued delay has greatly inconvenienced the residents of Geta Town and its environs, who now struggle to access hospitals, schools, markets, and the road has become nearly impassable, forcing residents to resort to manual maintenance work. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure to apprise the House on the following. 1, a report on the current progress, funding status, and expected completion date of Geta Donyujero Road. Explanation as to why the contractor abandoned the site and why progress remains minimal despite assurance for completion of the work and payments being made. Confirmation of payment made to the contractor vis-a-vis the work done and measures taken to ensure timely completion of this project. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Member Chair for Infrastructure, Transport and Infrastructure. What is out of order? I do not want you to ride on statements because you know our standing orders. Honorable members.
2 weeks after recess, after we come back from recess.
2 weeks after recess? Yeah. What is out of order, Honorable Mwenje?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I take your guidance on that issue very seriously. But Honorable Speaker, there's something that is of importance that I want to bring to your attention and the attention of the House that is related to what the Honorable Wanjikomohi has raised. Honorable Speaker, RMLF released 36 million to 22% and 10 million to 10%. As you know, Honorable Speaker, the work plans are already done and the adverts given and contractors given those jobs. And this is across the 290. But Honorable Speaker, you can tell when we're in October, a new financial year, and we just need an honest answer from the minister whether we will ever receive these balances to complete those projects. If the chair can, with the same timeline that you've given, when we resume from recess, we can get a final answer from the CS whether that balance of 6 million, because it's 36, which is to get to, I think, 42 or 44 million, and then the 19 million, 10 million was received for 10%, so there's 9 million. If we can know if we will ever get these funds, we'd rather know the truth, that this money is not coming. Just tell us, forget about your point. It.
Honorable GK, you want to say something about it? What?
I want to advise the honorable member to request for a statement
on this
so that
honorable,
we can avail a comprehensive response.
On this honorable chair, no, Honorable Mwenje, I've indulged you. Honorable Chair, on this one, because it's a very live issue in this House, as you come with a response, please come with a response on it. I know you can do it from the ministry because it is urgent and important. Member for Luanda, request your statement.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to request a statement regarding the operational effectiveness of the Kenya Airways. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding operational effectiveness and customer service standards of Kenya Airways, also known as KQ. Honorable Speaker, in recent years, there have been increasing concerns from the public and tourists over the management and performance of Kenya Airways. Reports from passengers using the airline indicate a pattern of last-minute cancellations, frequent delays in flights, and inadequate communication with passengers over important updates. In some instances, flights have been cancelled or rescheduled with little or no notice, leaving travelers stranded, missing connecting flights, and incurring unplanned expenses. Passengers have also consistently raised complaints regarding poor handling of luggage, with many cases of lost or delayed luggage being reported. This has been accompanied by allegations of low or ineffective claims resolution processes, which has greatly undermined public confidence in the airline. In January 2025, the Commercial Competition Commission commenced investigation into Kenya Airways for unconscionable conduct in the treatment of passengers, particularly in relation to delayed or cancelled flights and inadequate customer care. Honorable Speaker, there are also concerns about the strategic direction and competitiveness of the airline in the region. Comparative industry data shows that while Kenya Airways once had a stronger fleet position than some of its regional competitors, its growth trajectory has stagnated. For example, in 2006, Ethiopian Airline had a smaller flight than KQ, but has since expanded significantly, now operating a larger flight and serving more passengers, while KQ's growth has been limited. Over the years, a significant amount of resources has been used to support KQ operations and restructure its finances. Reports on its management raised concerns on how long the taxpayer is expected to bear the burden of funding KQ's losses. This is notwithstanding the fact that KQ tickets are prohibitively expensive compared to other airlines. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1, a report on the assessment of the management and operational strategies of Kenya Airways, including its current fleet position, growth trajectory, and regional competitiveness. 2, plans by the Ministry of Roads and Transport to restore public confidence, improve customer service, and ensure Kenya Airways remains competitive. And 3, the specific measures being undertaken to ensure that financial support is tied to performance conditions to protect the interest of taxpayers. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
GK.
Hold on. Hello, Honorable Speaker, 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yes.
So it means after recess?
After recess,
The
yes.
first week after recess?
First week after recess, Honorable
Very
Speaker.
well. We now go to statements to be responded to. We'll start with Honorable Tongoyo. Where is Tongoyo? Honorable GK, can you go first? If you're ready, go. Honorable GK has the floor.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, the member for Tabaj, the Honorable Bare Hussein Abdi, MP, requested a statement regarding funding for the construction of the Wajir Tabaj Koturo Road. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Bare Hussein Abdi, M, in the request sought the following. A report on the implementation status of the Wajir Tabaj Road Lot 1 and Tabaj Koturo Road Lot 2 projects detailing the financing plans, total cost, and the amount disbursed and paid to contractors so far. 2, clarification on whether or not the completion of the Tabaj Koturo Road A13 has been provided for in the financial year 25-26, specifying the budget amount. And 3, a report on the number of residents affected by the project in Tabaj constituency, including their details and the status of compensation. And 4, details of the corporate social responsibility in September 2025, which I now wish to make. Regarding the Wajir-Tabaj Road Lot 1 and Tabaj-Koturo Road Lot 2 projects, the ministry submitted that the projects were financed by the World Bank under the Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project and fell under Component A, which focused on improving the movement of people, goods, and digital connectivity. The project cost was estimated at a cost of USD 642.54 million, covering road works, consultancy services, and fiber optic cable installation. The first lot, covering the Tabaj-Wajir section, that's 57 kilometers, and contracted to Logojan Road and Bridge Company, had a contract sum of 9.1 billion Kenya shillings, with physical progress at 5.5% compared to the expected 21.01%. To date, the contractor has received about Kenya shillings 1.2 billion. To the second lot, covering the Tabaj-Koturo section, that's 57 kilometers, was contracted to Zongmei Engineering Group Limited in joint venture with Holen Construction Company at a contract amount of Kenya shillings 9.0 billion. Its progress stands at 14.72% against the expected 22.81%, and the contractor has been paid approximately 1.8 billion. The ministry confirmed that all payments due had been settled. 5, with regard to budgetary provisions, the ministry has clarified that the project was fully supported through a multi-year budget, with the adequate allocation made for financial year 25-26. Specifically, Kenya shillings 868 million was allocated for Lot 1 and 918 million for Lot 2, inclusive of 16.4 million as Government of Kenya counterpart funding. Honorable Speaker, on compensation, the ministry submitted that a resettlement action plan had been undertaken in January 2020 in line with the World Bank's policy on involuntary resettlement to identify and enumerate all affected persons, households, assets, and livelihoods within the road corridor. The total number of PAPs, that's project affected persons for Lot 1 was 260 persons, that's 62 persons. That's distributed along Holen, Wagberry, Lafari, and Tabaj areas. For Lot 2, the number of PAPs was 549 persons distributed along Hungwai, Wagadud, and Koturo in Wajir counties, and Koturo in Mandera County. The National Land Commission is in the process of verifying the identified PAPs and carrying out variation for their compensation. Disbursement of compensation funds will follow once the variation is done. Honorable Speaker, regarding the corporate social responsibility activities being undertaken under this project, the ministry submitted that the corridor has already drilled and equipped a community borehole at Wagadud Ward and installed a 20,000-liter water tank at the shopping center in Hungai Ward. Further, the contractor supplies Hungai, Sango, and urban wards with 40,000 liters of water twice a week, and Tabaj ward 3 times a week. Additionally, the ministry noted that under the same project, Kenya will implement socio-economic infrastructure in facilities identified through earlier social assessments with sub-projects already validated for the benefit of local communities. The sub-projects span across the health, water, education, and youth sectors. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Before I give you member for Tarbaj, I'll give you the first shot. But in the meantime, allow me to recognize in the public gallery, I hope they're still there, students or learners from Oldonyonyokie Primary School, Kajiado West Constituency, Kajiado County. Can you be upstanding? If I've mentioned you in the gallery, you stand up. Maybe they are not the same, yeah? From Kajiado West, but nevertheless, allow me to welcome them, they're there. Allow me to join other members to welcome them to observe the proceedings of the House. Member for Tarbaj, are you satisfied with our response?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say thank you to the chair for the effort done. However, I need certain clarifications from the chair or from the committee. One, Madam Speaker, this road is, or this section of the road is part of the Horn of Africa road project that has been popularized by the President in several occasions and platforms. So this is a very important road because that part of the country has been waiting for this road for close to 60 years. Now that it has begun, we are so happy about it, but there's some clarification I needed which has not been provided by the response given. One, I wanted clarity on 2 aspects of funding of the project. One, the loan aspect and the grant aspect that is part of the funding. This I want from the chairman. 2, the CSR project. There is non-social, there is social project that is, which is non-monetary, which is being provided by the contractor, such as the water tracking that is given to some settlements like Sango and Elbern, and the road and the boreholes that were done. That is non-monetary social project that is being done by the contractor. But there is a different aspect of CSR which is to be done, which comes as a grant with the project. This clarity has not happened, and I want that clarity. And part of it is some spar road, which are supposed to be done through the grant. And some of us as leaders have given suggestion on where to be done. This has not come out. So I want that clarification. Equally, the social, I also want the clarity on the pubs, the project affected persons. Their names, their particulars are not provided. And this can give way to some changes at the last minute. So I will wish a clear information on those who are going to be affected by this road, and the compensation are due to them is provided. Equally, there's some contest between the Lands Commission and Kenya and who's going to handle this compensation. This contest on mandate is not very clear. I wish this is clarified by the chairman. Thank you, madam.
Honorable GK, do you have that information with you?
Honorable Speaker, I will organize and coordinate a meeting between the member and the principal secretary so that we have the issues that he has raised addressed satisfactorily. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Tarbaj, the rest of the details you can canvass with the committee in a tripartite meeting with the ministry.
That's fine, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Kajiado North, why are you lifting your hand?
Yeah, I just want to seek your indulgence,
Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
The good chair, the Honorable George Kariuki, had committed to this House to answering my question today through from the chair, he was directed on the compensation of people in Kenya Railway who have not been done so for 8 years. He has not mentioned a word. So I would want to know, because he had committed today that he shall bring...
Honorable GK, do you have that answer?
Honorable Speaker, the Minister has not submitted the response, but I will follow up and ensure that first week after recess, we have that response read out here. Thank
Very
you,
well.
Speaker.
First week after recess. Member for Wajir East. Are you in the house? The one with a question? With a statement? If he's not in the house, Chair, Administration and Internal Security, kindly table the response for the member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Do not read, just table.
No, I won't.
Yeah.
But I know the member. He has been actually so persistent on this kind of a question, or statement rather. Supportedly, I need your indulgence if we can probably reschedule next week, when probably will be
Member for Honorable Chair, I have given direction, because if you have a statement to be responded to, you're supposed to be in the house. So allow us to table. It's still property of the house. The member can access it from table office, and if there is any follow-up, he can follow up with you.
Well guided.
Very well. I think
and I table.
We have exhausted that order. We can go to the next order.
Order number 11, the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2024, second reading.
This is being moved by Honorable Ochakapong. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Majority Leader, who is the member for Kikuyu, I want to move this bill. That, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. I wish to sincerely thank the members and Secretariat of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development for their diligence and the dedication with which they considered the bill and tabled their report. Now, Honorable Speaker, the House will recall that on 13th of February 2025, the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill 2024 was
Honorable
read
Member,
the first time.
Chair, kindly move like you have to start. I beg to move that, and then go ahead.
I see. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I had started that way. I hope that you didn't hear me. That I said, Honorable Speaker, that I am doing this on behalf of the leader of Majority Party. That is not the right thing, right?
No,
then,
the right thing.
Then I went ahead to say, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time.
Good.
Refer to the Departmental Committee for consideration and subsequent reporting to the House. Now, Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, this is a Senate bill sponsored. This is a Senate bill sponsored by the leader of the Majority Party in the Senate, Honorable Aaron Cheruiyot. Now, the bill seeks to amend the Intergovernmental Relations Act, Cap 265. The current act establishes a framework for consultation and cooperation between the national and county governments and amongst county governments. It also establishes a mechanism for the resolution of intergovernmental disputes pursuant to Article 6 and 189 of the Constitution. Now, salient provisions of the bill, Honorable Speaker, the principal object of the bill seeks to change the name of the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, IGRTC, to the Intergovernmental Relations Agency. Now, the bill further seeks to provide, Honorable Speaker, the bill further seeks to provide for the establishment of the Council of Governors Secretariat, the County Assemblies Forum, and its Secretariat. In doing so, it aims to create a structured framework for intergovernmental relations, thereby enhancing coordination, consultation, and cooperation between the national and the county governments and among the county governments themselves. Now, Honorable Speaker, the change of the name of the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, IGRTC, is of great importance. First, it gives the entity a stronger operational authority in that the term technical committee suggests a body that has limited mandate, primarily confined to facilitating the summit and the council. By contrast, the name agency therefore carries a great connotation that the entity shall have more powers, independence, and authority to discharge its statutory obligations. Now, secondly, Honorable Speaker, the name Technical Committee has been seen by stakeholders as weak, temporary, or just an advisory body. The perception, Honorable Speaker, has undermined the visibility and influence of the committee within the broader framework of intergovernmental relations. Renaming it as an agency will therefore align it with the proper identity and confidence among stakeholders. Now, Honorable Speaker, the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, IGRTC, is established under Section 11 of the Act. Its core functions include providing day-to-day administration to the summit, which comprises the president and the 47 county governors. In addition, the committee is mandated to facilitate the activities of both the summit and the council, as well as to implement the decision of the summit, the decisions of the summit. Now, Honorable Speaker, at its establishment, the committee was intended to serve as a neutral technical body supporting both the summit and the Council of Governors. However, the Council of Governors expressed concern that this dual mandate constrained the committee's ability to exhaustively champion county interests. Consequently, the Council established its own secretariat in order to achieve institutional autonomy and to effectively discharge its functions, particularly in coordinating inter-county matters and articulating the Council's position in intergovernmental forums. Now, Honorable Speaker, the Secretariat is presently registered under the Societies Act, Cap 108. Now, through insertion of new sections, the bill seeks to formally entrench the Council of Governors Secretariat in law, thereby giving it recognition as the technical arm of the Council of Governors. Now, Honorable Speaker, similarly, I wish also to point out that the bill entrenches the County Assemblies Forum and its secretariat, thereby giving the forum a legal foundation. Now, Honorable Speaker, the forum consists of all the members of the 47 county assemblies and the 47 speakers. Now, Honorable Speaker, the forum provides an avenue for consultation amongst county assemblies, facilitate dispute resolution within county assemblies, facilitate capacity building for members of the forum, and consider matters of common interest to county assemblies. Now, the Secretariat will facilitate the forum by offering research, technical assistance, and policy support. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the amendments as proposed are anchored in the principles of good governance. They will strengthen devolution by enhancing the institutional framework and hence enhancing coordination mechanisms at the two levels of governments and among county governments. Now, Honorable Speaker, to this end, I wish to urge honorable members to support the passage of this timely bill. I therefore beg to move and ask the Honorable Tungule, the member for Ganze, to second. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Ganze. Honorable members, again I remind you, carry your cards to this house. Otherwise you'll be nomadic like the member for Ganze.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second that the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill 2024 was published in the Kenya Gazette Supplement number 54 of 2024. The bill seeks to amend the Intergovernmental Relations Act Cap 265. This bill was forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration pursuant to Article 110 into brackets 4 of the Constitution, having been passed by the Senate on Thursday, 5th December 2024. Honorable Speaker, the bill was read a first time in the House on the 13th of February 2025 and thereafter committed to the Department of Regional Development for consideration and reporting pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 127. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Intergovernmental Relations Act Cap 265. This act, Honorable Speaker, establishes a framework for consultation and cooperation between the national and county governments and amongst county governments. The act also establishes a mechanism for the resolution of intergovernmental disputes pursuant to Articles 6 and 189 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, this bill has 17 clauses and seeks to change the name of the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, IGRTC, into Intergovernmental Relations Agency, thereby strengthening its institutional framework. B, to provide for the Council of Governors Secretariat and the County Assemblies Forum and its Secretariat. And C, provides for pension schemes for members or employees of the county governments. Honorable Speaker, more particularly, the bill proposes an amendment to Section 2 of the Act to provide for the definition of new terms, such as agency and pension schemes for county staff or employees. The bill further provides for more functions of the agency and contains an amendment to Section 20 of the Act to provide for additional functions of the Council. Honorable Speaker, the change of name of the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, IGRTC, to Intergovernmental Relations Agency carries significant weight. The current title, Technical Committee, portrays an institution with a narrow role, largely restricted to supporting the summit and the council. However, changing its name into an agency conveys a far stronger image, one of autonomy, enhanced mandate, and greater institutional capacity to effectively fulfill its statutory responsibilities. Honorable Speaker, the entrenchment of the Council of Governors Secretariat in the statute seeks to formally give it recognition as the technical arm of the Council of Governors. As members are aware, at the inception of devolution, the Technical Committee had been established as a neutral organ providing support to both the summit and the Council of Governors. The Council of Governors consequently established their own secretariat registered under Societies Act Cap 108 to secure institutional independence and to more effectively execute its responsibilities particularly in coordinating inter-county affairs and representing the council positions in intergovernmental forums. Honorable Speaker, I wish to point out that...
What is out of order? Member for Funyula.
Honorable Speaker, standing order number 80. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to standing order number 80. And if you permit, let me read. And this I'm directing to my colleague who is on the floor. And it reads this way. No member shall read a speech, but a member may read short extracts from written and printed papers in support of an argument and may refresh memory by reference to notes. The Speaker may allow a member to read a speech in particular cases where the Speaker is satisfied that this is necessary for precision in statements or facts. Honorable Speaker, the honorable member who is on the floor is literally reading a committee report or what they call moving notes. This is a house of debate. This is not a house to come and read. Honorable Speaker, I want this to go on record that the inventor, the framers of the standing order, expect that members who come here should be able to use notes to debate. So, Honorable Speaker, I want you to declare the member is out of order for reading a written speech.
You have made your point.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You have made your point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Ganze,
yes,
a point of order has been raised. But Honorable Member for Funyula, you know, standing order 80 also has a 2. So I will allow him to finish because he's seconding. But that is a very important standing order. And I think we need to keep refreshing, especially for those of us who are here for the first time, that we make sure that we stick to the rules of debate. Continue, Member for Ganze.
Well gathered, Madam Speaker, but actually I was not ready per se. I was just referring to, you see, I cannot be able to memorize everything that is in the standing order, but I was making some references in. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, because I was just about to conclude, in consideration of the bill and pursuant to Article 118 of the Constitution, the committee received 7 memoranda during a public participation. These were from the State Department of Devolution, from the Attorney General, from the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, from the Council of Governors, from the County Assemblies Forum, the Society of Clerks at the Table, and the Architects Alliance. All memoranda received supported the enactment of the bill. Out of the 7 memoranda, 6 proposed amendments to the bill, which the committee considered in making its recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the committee will be proposing amendments at the Committee of the Whole House as contained in the schedule of amendments, forming Part 6 of the committee's report, and we will request the House to approve the proposed amendments. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Honorable Anjiku, order. The honorable members, I therefore propose a question that the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2024, be now read a second time. Member for Wajir North, are you on this one? Point of order?
Not want to contribute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In supporting the motion, Madam Speaker, we are taking legislations a notch higher by trying to deepen devolution. Devolution is one of the best gains in the 2010 Constitution. It espoused taking resources to the counties and further to wards and other units of devolution. So whenever there are legislations, regulations, trying to target the deepening and better carrying of devolution, it is most welcome. And this amendment goes a big way in making sure that devolution is emboldened, strengthened, and cushioned from any kind of interference, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this amendment talks of improved coordination. than the traditional or what we have incurred, what we have seen before. The haphazard way of the two tiers or two levels of government relating each other, that quarrelsome, argumentative, litigious way of engaging each other. This one are attempts to make sure that there is seamless engagement, functionally operational, objective, and purposeful. So it's a good piece of amendment, Madam Speaker. Further, Madam Speaker, there is specificity in clarification of roles. It outlines which roles really belong to which tier of government. Should it be the county government and the national government, making sure that there are no more conflicts, but rather trying to focus on outputs and what is good for the common mwananchi, Madam Speaker. Further, it streamlines dispute resolution mechanisms between two levels of government. For the last year since 2010, it has been a period of testing and trial. It tries to mature our system to make sure that disputes are managed in accordance with the law in a very friendly way, and making sure that no part or no agency takes the part of the other, but recognizing each other's role as espoused in the Constitution, the statutes, and any other law that is applicable insofar as devolution is concerned. Madam Speaker, one more important thing on this amendment. It brings physical sustainability for the intergovernmental relationship. I'm sure they have had issues on how to sustain it. That sustainability, who should resource the intergovernmental relationship? They will be contributing. Parliament shall be apportioning some funds. But I have one concern myself. It is not a big one, though. The Council, Article 20A of the proposed amendment, Article 20A, 2, the Council shall determine biannually the amounts to be paid by county governments as subscriptions. I can't see the rationale. We read our budgets are annually. I don't know why it should be biannually. Once you know your budget, I think it will be smoother and more, it is good to operate when you know that each county shall be giving subscriptions of this amount. It should be determined once and for all annually. Why should it be biannually? I think that is not in good taste. Further, I tend to support the aspects of pensions. Employees of county governments have suffered, more so on governors who are physically indisciplined, who have not been averse to risks concerning pensions. I know of counties whose staff cannot access pensions up to now because pensions have been misappropriated. Statutory fees like NSSF, what used to be NHIF, have been appropriated. Even former governors cannot get their own gratitude because they have misappropriated such funds. When we make sure that there are legislations and in a very orderly, organized way, that pensions of county governments are done in a very stringent manner with penalties, and again registered with the Retirement Benefits Authority as a regulator of all pensions, I think that solves a big problem for many Kenyans, Madam Speaker. Further, there is the establishment of a council secretariat, which means there will be the secretariat which will be at the epicenter of the operations of the intergovernmental relationship. I think this is a straightforward, wonderful piece of amendment that removes all the bottlenecks we have had since devolution was conceived, and I can proudly support, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. Member for Kitui Central, Dr. Makali.
I'm holding on for that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Not on this?
On another one.
Yes. You've said what, Honorable Makali? Not on this one. Member for Dagoretti South.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. I also want to thank the mover of this bill and the seconder for moving such an important bill in this House. And even in thanking the chairperson who has moved this and the seconder, I also want to recognize that this bill originates from Senate. And I must thank the Honorable Leader of Majority in Senate, the Honorable Aaron Cheriot, for presenting these for our consideration. Mr. Speaker, some may look at this and see as if it is just a change of name. And it is Shakespeare who asks, what is in a name? A rose by any other name will smell as sweet. But that is not the case, Mr. Speaker. By transitioning this entity from a committee and making it to be an agency, we're indeed putting more teeth into this agency for it to be more nation. But Madam Speaker, even as we speak about all these welfare issues that are going to be in the interrelational agencies, we all must reflect to the reason why Kenyans accorded to themselves devolution. Madam Speaker, Kenyans in 2010 believed that by going the devolution way, they were going to empower counties to a level where they are going to be independent entities that can stand on their own, Madam Speaker. The tragedy so far, Madam Speaker, has been the counties that we created. We normally see them extremely active when it comes to the division of revenue. That is the share of the national cake. I am praying that when we transition this into an agency, a consideration will be made as to why Kenyans wanted to have counties. Because one of the key reasons why we wanted counties is because we wanted them to be entities that can be sustainable economic blocks on their own. Today, individual counties are not presenting as such. We see governors and their executives pushing for the share of the cake that is the national revenue. But rarely do we hear a conversation about own-sourced revenue. Madam Speaker, I'm coming from a county by the name Nairobi City County, where we know that this county has the potential to raise in excess of 55 billion from the division of revenue that we give and even from their own source revenue. As it is today, this county is able to raise up to around 40 billion Kenya shillings, Madam Speaker. But when you go to the 17 constituencies in the city, and you're looking for development, you will be able to see where the slightly over 100 million Kenya shillings of NGCDF is going into. You're able to see the schools. You are able to see the Ngao administration installations. However, for the resources that go to counties, we are at pains to explain where this money goes to. Madam Speaker, NGCDF is able to put up classrooms in schools. But we all know that the foundational level, ECD, is so important in education that if you lose a learner at ECD, that learner is lost for good. Madam Speaker, we do not see these classes, ECD, being constructed. So we are forced at times to tell our NGCDF committees to even donate these ECD classes. So, Madam Speaker, as we are giving a legal framework for the interrelations between the Intergovernmental Relations Agency, we are praying that one of the business that they shall take up very seriously is to take us back to the devolution dream that the Kenyans had when they were awarding themselves the Constitution in 2010, where these counties shall become viable economic entities that do not only rush for the division of revenue, but are ready to contribute by their own source revenue that can be seen in impact on the ground in the delivery of social goods and the projects that the people require. Madam Speaker, I stand to support and I thank the chairman the mover of this bill, and the honorable member for Ganze for presenting this to us. We will support it because we want to see this working for Kenyans to deliver the devolution dream. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Chesume, not in the House. Member for Kiminini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, sir. From the onset, I would like to... Oh, sorry.
I think you are serious. Madam Speaker, sir.
Yeah, my apologies, sir. I pull it back. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute in this motion. I also want to thank Chairman, Honorable Chakpang, for presenting this motion. This motion supports devolution. And devolution, Madam Speaker, it must work. Going through this particular bill, it supports Article 36, whereby freedom of association is part and parcel of our Constitution. The right of freedom of association that every person can pursue it. And from this bill, we are going to see our county assemblies coming together, our governors coming together so that they can speak with one voice through a united entity that they would have formed through this intergovernmental relationship. So, Madam Speaker, as even I support this bill, we've seen that the formation of our Constitution in 2010 was very clear that, look, this will be an evolving situation. And this is part of the improvement of what we've seen pulling back devolution. We would like to see the Member of Assembly Association coming up, like the forum, the annual forum that comes together, which will enable them also speak with one voice. We would also want to see, Madam Speaker, MCAs being able, even through the fund that they need, the ward fund, that they are able also to do their things independently. Today, devolution is pulled back because we've lacked this type of bill that will actually pull it together. But I believe, Madam Speaker, with this bill, things are going to move in the right direction because, as per Chapter 11 of our Constitution, devolution must work. So I support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, in the last parliament, you used to say, Madam Speaker, sir. Thank you, Speaker, Madam Speaker. Let me also join my colleagues in supporting this bill, the Senate Amendment Bill on Intergovernmental Relationship Bill. Honorable Speaker, we established devolution to remove activities from the center to the periphery. We established devolution to get away, probably to address the anomalies that occurred due to Session Paper number 10 that tended to marginalize very many places in this country. Now, Honorable Speaker, anytime I stand to talk about devolution, we can never fail to hail Raila Amolo Odinga. He's the father, the mother, and the spirit that drives devolution. He has been in the forefront in fighting for devolution. He has championed and defended devolution even to the chagrin of quite a number of people. Honorable Speaker, the Council of Governors is an extremely important part of devolution and the architect of the new constitution. It's the bridge between national and the county levels. So, Honorable Speaker, any attempt to strengthen the secretariat, I want to call it the secretariat, is a most welcome arrangement. Honorable Speaker, the bill changes the technical committee and baptizes as an agency. The structure remains the same, but change to agency, as Peter, as Honorable the mover said, is to give it some certainty, to give it some kind of class, to give it some kind of powers, is welcome. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, it also creates, the agency has got, its members have got a 5-6-year tenure, which is fixed, which is now becoming a common practice in constitutional bodies, constitutional commissions. Thanks a lot for borrowing the same. Honorable Speaker, further, it creates a secretariat, and the secretariat will be headed by Chief Executive Officer, just as it is now, and the transition clause allows the current staff of the Intergovernmental Committee and the Summit and Council of Governors to transit to the new body. However, Honorable Speaker, a question will arise, and I want to bring attention to Article 20A, Clause 20A, and there was another Clause 20A, as well as Clause 23H. Honorable Speaker, this bill has originated from Senate. And per the Constitution, Senate cannot generate a money bill. So this is a constitutional matter. Probably the substantive speaker, I hope it will be transmitted to him in good time. He needs to make a ruling on it. Senate cannot generate a money bill. By the mere fact, they are proposing that the funds of the council shall consist of annual subscription by the county governments, money allocated annually by Parliament for the purpose of the council. Again, Honorable Speaker, Parliament does not budget. It's National Assembly that budgets. But the mere fact reference to Parliament, Senate is purporting that it can also stand and pass.
Honorable KJ, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I stand on a point of order that dictates that a member is responsible for the veracity of the information that they present to the House. And I'm not keen to interrupt the debate by Honorable Oundo. I just wanted to establish, Madam Speaker, is Honorable Oundo in order to tell us that Senate has originated a money bill, while we very well know that this is an amendment piece of legislation and not an originally presented bill, and as such, asking you, Madam Chair, to find Honorable Oundo out of order totally by claiming that this is a money bill that originated in Senate, while we well know that this bill has gone through all the papers who would have checked for the money bill element in this amendment, and as such, wanting you to find him out totally out of order, because this is an amendment bill, not an original bill emanating from Senate, and as such, not originated in Senate. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Allow me to continue. Honorable Speaker.
Just to be on record, I think it's important, Honorable Oundo. Maybe that would have been a point of information. And I think you are aligned, and I've checked under standing orders and the Article 114 of the Constitution. So it's properly in the House.
Honorable Speaker, this is a new clause, and it's a debate we need to go. It's a new clause. It's not an amendment to an existing clause. They clearly say, clause 13 of the bill reads, the Principal Act is amended by inserting the following new sections immediately after Section 20. And they are inserting Section 2A, which literally purports to originate from Senate, which is a money bill. Appropriation is never the work of the Senate. So that's a debate. We must obviously deal with it. Again, Parliament is only in the Constitution, it's only the National Assembly that's allowed to appropriate. Parliament in its amorphous nature, both the chambers cannot appropriate. And that's a matter that you must get alive to, because this is unconstitutional. It cannot be cured in any way or any other. Second, Honorable Speaker, it is also important, and it's a good milestone for creating the establishment of a county assemblies forum. This has existed
There is a
before.
point of order, Honorable
No,
Member.
this is becoming irritating.
I will not allow Honorable Oundo to continue misleading the House. Claims that he's standing on the podium that this. However, Madam Speaker, the standing order that you have read is very clear that a money bill cannot originate from Senate. Not a clause. The bill exists, We are amending a bill. A bill has clauses, so a bill cannot be amended without amending clauses. And the origination of this bill is not Senate. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted us not to have Dr. Oundo mislead the House by pulling us into a debate about amending a clause. And, Honorable Speaker, it is not my intent to disrupt Honorable Oundo. However, we are talking about a bill, not a clause. This is an amendment bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I was trying to also consult, and I know by the time this bill is referred to this House, there has been proper consultation between the two speakers, because the Constitution and the standing orders say before the bill is tabled in any of the two houses, the speakers must agree on two things. One, is it a money bill? Secondly, does it concern counties? So I was trying to get, and I am aware that that has already been done. But in the meantime, continue, Honorable Oundo, but I still take note of your issues that you have raised.
And Honorable Speaker, you are aware, a member can stand at any time during the debate in second reading and question the constitutionality of a bill. And that's what I'm doing.
Are you contributing or raising a matter of constitutional importance? Because that is different.
Yeah. I was just pointing out, and I said, I hope you'll transmit the same. Second, Honorable Speaker, the issue of the forum, establishment of county assemblies forum. Honorable Speaker, it has been a loose arrangement between MCS and the speakers of the assemblies to generally meet once in a while and debate on very different matters. At this level, Honorable Speaker, it's good to note that now it's being formalized. And again, Honorable Speaker, it goes again to create an agency or a body in the forum that requires taxpayers' money for funding the same. Honorable Speaker, it creates a secretariat, a forum secretariat. And that forum secretariat is not clear where are they going to be funded from, other than the allocation, again, which is illegal and constitutionally given to the forum. Funds of the forum shall consist of mandatory annual subscription by the county assemblies, monies allocated annually by Parliament for purpose of the forum, and such monies as may be lawfully granted or donated to the forum. Honorable Speaker, this is a forum. It's a members' club. It's a members' club. Why would then use public funds to fund the same? When they attend those forums, they're paid per diem. Why do they need a secretariat? And each county assembly has got a clerk and the entire staff. Where do you need again to fund it? Where do you waste public funds? And there are no medicine or hospitals. Honorable Speaker, it's good to have the forum as a place where you exchange ideas. But to establish a secretariat, yet it only means once a year, what will the secretariat be in the whole year? I mean, what will he be doing the whole year? Just gobbling public funds and doing nothing completely. Those are now questions, Honorable Speaker. We might be excited about the bill, but those are hard questions we must ask as a country. And I hope the committee align themselves with these anomalies and apply their mind. I've not had the opportunity to read their report, but I hope the report deals with the same matter. And I hope there are amendments to cure this unconstitutionality, this illegality, this public wastage of public resources. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, is the issue of the pension scheme. Honorable Speaker, the attrition rate of MCS in this country is far much higher. For example, Busia County, since county assemblies came, out of 35 MCAs, on average, it's only 3 who come back. Those who don't come back, when you meet them elsewhere, they are worse off than members of parliament who left before pension came into place. I hope the pension scheme will be run well. It will not be squandered like what happens elsewhere. It will not be like the pension here in Nairobi, where you have to spend 6 to 8 months looking for your pension. Honorable Speaker, Kiare disrupted me, so I just wanted to make a
1 minute.
I just want to make a concluding remark, and let me also echo what he said. County governments were never supposed to be a cost center, and I never tired to make this statement. County government was supposed to contribute to the baking of the national cake. The national cake should never be baked by some other people, and them is to eat the cake without even making any single effort to contribute to the cake. Why would Nairobi City County require any government funding? For sure. How? Mheshimiwa John Kiari, why would Nairobi County require money from national Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Member for Moroto. Member for Kapenguria, Honorable Samuel Moroto.
Thank you very much. Hey.
Honorable members,
okay.
We are all in agreement in terms of what devolution should have done by now. I think that one we agree. And by saying Nairobi, I don't think Honorable Undo means just Nairobi. Member for Kapenguria, please make your contribution.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me time also to add my voice to this important issue coming before us. Madam Chair, I was here when we were making this issue of devolution. We moved almost all Kenya. We had a meeting in Bomas of Kenya, Naivasha, Kilifi, and all Kenyans were after, because in what happened after independence, there was a lot of areas which were marginalized. Then with this kind of a devolution, if we maintain it the way members of Kenya, the public, were putting in it, I think we would be far better than where we are now. So it's mine is just to say that as we continue, you see the way we are already divided in this house. Somebody goes even to a village, Nairobi, and we are talking of Kenya. Devolution is not only to a section here in Kenya. It is almost all over. And this devolution helped some of us who are marginalized. West Pokot was a closed district. And then when devolution came, although the problem is still, I think there are some mechanisms that we need to put into it for management, managing those resources going to the county. Like one of the colleagues has said, the CDF money is so little, but you can see impact on the ground. But this one here of the national government and the city and county government, you don't see. Like where I come from, there is this sand harvest. The lorries come and pick and destroy the roads. The county taxes the harvesters, the sand harvesters, without caring on what to do with the roads, which were destroyed by these lorries. Madam Chair, I'm really supporting this motion, and I need a bill, and I will still go through during the amendments. I think we'll have to come in and do more about it. Thank you.
Member for Marsabit, are you on this? Yes. Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill and congratulate the mover, and also congratulate Senator Cheriot, Majority Leader of Senate, for coming up with this bill that will have a lot of impact in our country because of what it stands for. Honorable Speaker, the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill 2024 is important because it will enhance the relationship between the county and the national government, and also the relationship consultation and cooperation between national and county government, and as I said, also among the counties, which will help them to enhance even their development and also improve their work, because they will be able to learn from each other. And in case of any amendment, any reconciliation that is needed, even between the national government and the county government, they'll be able to come and reason together. And that will help us to have more cohesive country, because people will be able to work together, to reason together. And again, even for the counties, to have that working relationship and connect with each other is very important, because what is done in one county is normally done in the other county with much success in one county and not the other one. And by doing this, we'll be able to improve on the performance of every county. Honorable Speaker, another very important element is it establishes a mechanism for resolution for intergovernmental dispute, as I said, and pursuant to Article 6 and 189 of the Constitution. This will help even the executive to interact and have good network with one another and borrow ideas from each other. And as I said, we will have more cohesive country and also see how best we can borrow ideas from each other and do development in our counties. Again, the principal object of this bill seeks to change the name of the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, GRTC, to Intergovernmental Relations Agency. Again, Honorable Speaker, this provides for establishment of the Council of Governors Secretariat, who will work on this and make sure that everything falls in place. And establishment of this will even help, because we will create more jobs for people. We will be there to have people who are running this, and it will be of great benefit. Again, Honorable Speaker, the name Technical Committee has been seen by stakeholders as weak, temporary, or just advisory committee. So changing it from that to Technical Committee Agency is a progress, because this will give the opportunity for the committee to grow stronger in terms of operation, and also empowers them so that we'll be able to do a lot of things. Again, Honorable Speaker, this advisory committee will help in influencing the committee in many ways, because by renaming it as an agency, we will be able to align, and proper identity and confidence will be grown. And even when they present themselves, we will be able to take them in a serious manner, and everybody will see that this is now a serious business. Honorable Speaker, again, I support this because in addition to the committee is mandated to facilitate activities of both summit and council, as well as to implement decision of the summit, which is very, very important, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the best gift we can give to both the national government, the county government, is to come up with such bills that can enhance the relationship, that can help the different counties to learn from each other, that can promote cohesion. And with those few remarks, I support. Thank you.
Member for Luanda.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity that I may also add to this important debate. Madam Speaker, I must state from the onset that I actually do support this amendment because it is an amendment that will move to amend the Intergovernmental Relations Act of 2012 that Madam Speaker had some gaps here and there. I must say that since the advent of devolution some 12 years ago, two levels of government were formed. That is the county governments and the national governments. Madam Speaker, these governments need to have a forum or a way through which they can relate, a way through which they can solve their differences, a way through which they can come together for the sake of our country. And it's a fact that devolution has done great, Madam Speaker. Despite the fact that we have some challenges here and there, but devolution was such a brave, such a bright and a brilliant idea that has made us what we are today. And therefore this act coming together, Madam Speaker, of a secretariat that will be able to bring together the Council of Governors as is now enacted in law. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to introduce the County Assemblies Forum. I've heard a colleague say that this forum is not important. But Madam Speaker, from where I see it, this forum is important because it brings together all our county assembly members of parliament to come, sit, discuss, and articulate issues that affect their various counties, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the proposal to have a secretariat that will be able to harmonize, that will be able to bring together these members of county assemblies, Madam Speaker, who are state officers, is a great idea, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I disagree with my friend who says that it does not see value in government paying money to this forum, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is on record that political parties are funded by taxpayers' money. My friend, Dr. Undo, who just spoke, Madam Speaker, is a member of ODM, which is actually funded by taxpayers' money. I am a member of DAP, funded by taxpayers' money. And therefore, there's nothing wrong, Madam Speaker, if the County Assemblies Forum will equally be funded by taxpayers' money, because it brings together leaders who will be able to share their challenges, who will be able to share what they have overcome together and be able to improve the intergovernmental relations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another important point is that our members of County Assembly work very hard. And to some extent, they actually face more challenges than us, Madam Speaker, because they live machinally with the people. And therefore, having a way in which we can have them paid pension after their work, Madam Speaker, is not far-fetched, Madam Speaker, because, Madam Speaker, these are men and women who dedicate their time. These are men and women who dedicate their strength and themselves, Madam Speaker, for the sake of their constituents, Madam Speaker. And therefore, having a forum through which these county officials, county state officers can actually be compensated in terms of pension, Madam Speaker, to me is a great deal, Madam Speaker, and therefore I support. Lastly, Madam Speaker, as you say this, Madam Speaker, one thing that comes out, we wish even to see, for example, world development funds coming into being enacted as a piece of law. Recently, this House passed autonomy of our assemblies so that they don't have to depend on the governors for them to do their work, for them to do their oversight work. And therefore, having a world development fund equally enacted in law so that these county assembly members can actually be able to implement and oversight works that are being done at the world level, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I must say that the sponsor of this bill came in quite handy, and I therefore support. Thank you very much.
Member for Baringo, Honorable Jematia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues in supporting the member for the Committee of Department, Honorable Ochaks, for this Senate bill of intergovernmental relations amendment bill. And I also thank Honorable Senator Cheriot for taking time and referring this bill to us. Madam Speaker, just like most of members have spoken before me, I've also contributed. I must say this bill is very timely, and it is one of the bills that, if considered and taken up properly, it's going to help to mend most of the, linkages between the counties and the national government. And for me, I want to speak for this bill because it is almost a straightforward bill anyway, as it speaks about the agency which is being created is going to act as an institutional memory. We have realized that since the inception of the counties and the creation of intergovernmental council, you realize most of the problems that is befelt in the counties is not well solved. This agency is going to help us mend most of the disputes within all the 47 counties, and they are going to have a day-to-day resolution and day-to-day activities that is going to touch every specific county with looking at the bigger picture of the counties in this country. Madam Speaker, looking also, this is going to help in maintaining a repository of information and knowledge and legal instruments in this, most of these counties. If you look at the counties in this country, every country is peculiar with different ways of doing things depending on the region that comes from. But again, at the end of the day, it is a Kenyan document that is going to help us cohere as Kenya. This agency, if is going to be formed, is going to help the counties in terms of management. You also realize, Madam Speaker, that we always send money to the counties. Maybe this is the agency that is going to help us have a proper accountability. Because if you ask me, Madam Speaker, I think we have, for instance, given counties a lot of work that most of them are not able to tackle them, especially areas like health or Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, and all those areas that we are having problems day to day because counties are not able to manage these institutions very well. The agency would probably give us solutions, and even as they do most of the resolutions and the problems that they are going to be solving every day, we will be able to move forward as a country. And many times, considering things like education, ECD, for instance, it is a problem. We are actually almost killing a generation. Because when we don't take care of the nursery, then the seed is not going to be fully formed. And it is a problem because we are generating and we are encouraging poor quality human beings when we don't give them proper quality education when they are very young. And this way, we want to have this agency, if it's going to be formed, to be part and parcel of the existence of an institution that is taken to the counties and which we are having a lot of problems. And mostly, health issues, for instance. I think if the agency is going to be given opportunity, and if there will be a forum where all of us are going to be interacting with them, we will want to suggest in the future that the health taken back to the national level. So that it is going to be able to be managed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I support this bill, I really will put a lot of caution because we have created many structures and we are trying to resolve all structures. The whole of this bill, Madam Speaker, is arising from Clause 12 of the Intergovernmental Relations Act. That is the basic issue. And what is the issue there? The technical committee, which now this bill seeks to change into agency, had the functions, be responsible for the day-to-day administration of the summit and the council, and in particular facilitate the activities of the summit and of the council, supplement the decisions of the summit and the council. This has been a big problem because, Madam Speaker, before this committee came into place to replace the transition authority, the Council of Governors formed a secretariat. And that secretariat actually became very well established and functional. So when the technical committee came into place, obviously in clause 12, they were clashing. Who is in charge of the day-to-day running of the council? Where you say as the summit meets very rarely, not very regularly as the Council of Governors. Therefore, that didn't need much of a secretariat. And I think the wisdom of the people of this act, the act we are amending, was that this same entity could therefore serve both the summit and the council. Now, when it was established and the technical committee came in place, it brought a clash. And this has been a very, very major issue. To that extent, Madam Speaker, I support this, that there is need to correct that. And that needs to be corrected. And it also comes into the funding. If you look at the current structure, it's not very clear how the Council of Governors is actually funded. Now, we are not sure whether it is funded after the division of revenue or before the division of revenue. So there's no clear way of funding it. So again, I think this bill attempts to correct that, and that is what is bringing about section clause 20A, which Honorable Oundo was saying is a money bill. To me, whether it's a money bill or not, it is actually how it works. To me, I've not seen how it has corrected to me, and that will probably come when you go into the details. Shall we divide the money that will go to this? Shall we get it after the division of revenue or before the division of revenue? So those are the structural issues that we need to put in place. So having said that, if you look again at the funding, there's another issue that is coming, that they'll decide how much money is contributed by the counties as subscriptions. So now we are actually going to have a situation where the counties are actually contributing money to come to this entity. So again, that is an issue. Then you look at the issue of the sectoral working groups of what was the committee. Now it will be the sectoral working groups of the agency. Now, what the function of that initially was basically, that is where the technical people from the national government and the county governments meet and exchange ideas. That is perhaps a good idea. But what worries me is now the whole agency is lifted up to the summit level. So it looks like the reporting mechanism will be whatever is done goes to the Council of Governors and goes to the summit. It looks to me like there'll be a lot more activities at the summit because all the functions that were in the technical committee actually has now gone to the summit. I'm wondering what, therefore, the council itself will be doing. But I think this bill now recognizes that, and when it is making a recommendation, while it has given the sectoral committees to the agency, it then says the council may also form sectoral committees. So my view, I support this, but I think we will need to look at it very carefully and bring out the structural issues that may actually bring a clash in the operationalization of this. I know it then, I support the idea of a pension. I think people, elected people, whether they are MCS or whether they are members of parliament, whether they are senators, actually are people at a risk group after after they finish their job. So to look at a way that they'll be supported after that, and some pension, I think that is something I support. But again, we'll have to look at the details. Then the County Assembly Forum is another big structure. And again, as a country, we may have to then look, if we have this forum, how does the functions of this forum related to the functions of the Senate? Because the Senate has been structured as looking after the welfare of the counties. So this forum, which also gets also the counties, I mean, we have to look very carefully what is deliberations, how the Senate deliberations. I wouldn't be surprised if issues like when impeachment come and so on, people may not even try to resolve those issues at the forum before it gets to this level. But if it was limited to technical issues, that would be fine. But already we have created a position for the technical issue under the sectoral committees. So I support this, Madam Speaker, but I think we need to look at it very carefully at the committee of the whole House. And I think the committee in charge should actually, even at this point, go back. We have the law, but how is the law structured in the whole process? I've always said something that I'll say again because I thought this would probably look at it. When we look at the process of the budget policy statement, which is now the basis of division of revenue, you find that when it comes before us, we have tremendous amount of details what the national government needs, agency by agency, ministry by ministry. But what becomes for us as the needs of the county is basically based on the 15% constitutional requirement and the recommendation of the Commission for Revenue Allocation. And so before this House, I only know that a certain amount will go to the counties. But on the other side of the national government, I know in details. So I start looking at for my interest in that. And therefore, you tend to now overlook the interests of the county because you are not seeing directly how your interest is there. So again, that is another thing that I think this thing gives us opportunity to look at, but we have not looked at it. And again, that is something would have also brought IBEC. Because there are a lot of structural things that are in place that I think we looked at. Other than that, Madam Speaker, I support. I'll have to actually look at it in a fair amount of detail so that at the committee of the whole House, we can make appropriate amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Embakasi West, Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill is amending an act that was set out in the start to provide for a framework for consultation and cooperation between the national and county governments. Of course, there are other purposes, there are other objects, consultation within cooperation between the counties. But that is, in my opinion, one of the main purposes or the main objects of this bill. And even as we do these amendments, we're trying to achieve those main objects. Honorable Speaker, removal of the technical committee in exchange for the agency is welcome. We've seen the amendments that have been put in place. An agency that is more defined with a CEO. It has more added powers, and one of the issues that we have is dispute resolution. And I think this entire House, we're no strangers to disputes between the national and county government, considering for the better part of this year, we had the RMLF issue that took us to court, that stalled road projects, which even till today, some of them are still yet to be done. And these are some of the disputes that we face. And so many others that I'll not go into detail, but that is one of the issues that was there. And we're hoping that as we bring these amendments and we give this agency more added powers, the agency will have a bigger chance and make it easier to resolve some of these disputes that we've had between ourselves, between the national government, rather, and the county government. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I've noted in this amendment that will create an opportunity to just have disputes that last forever, and we end up with another RMLF case that we had. So it's something that we need to be straightforward from the onset. Now, those who will be appointed in this agency must know that this House cannot fund an that will be a stumbling block to implementing projects for the national government. Honorable Speaker, to me, one of the biggest gains here is the County Assemblies Forum, which I believe will lead to stronger assemblies within our republic, all 47 county assemblies. We need those county assemblies to hold better governance, to hold our governors to account, to oversight them properly. And that is one of the biggest challenges that we have, because of what we've seen with our counties, being unable to be independent. Because this forum does not make them independent, the way I've read the bill, the amendment bill. But I believe it is a chance for them to build towards there. Honorable Speaker, we give our counties 400 billion. I believe in the budget that 25-26 is about 400 billion, which once it's divided, the Senate goes and appropriates it to the various counties. And I want to talk about Nairobi, for instance, where we have on-source revenue of about 14 billion, and I believe about 22 to 23 billion that comes from the national government. What goes to the county is shared and goes to the county of Nairobi. Now, Honorable Speaker, it will interest you that the 17 members of parliament, and 19 in total, we don't even look at this amount of money. 23 billion, the highest in this house. We don't look at it. Because once this money goes to the counties, it just goes into a hole and disappears. And Honorable Speaker, we have to ask the tough questions. I know at times when we touch on devolution, which we know the Right Honorable Raila Odinga fought for, but was it his intention, which I don't believe it was, to give these counties money that we can no longer see what it's doing down there? Honorable Speaker, let us look at some of the basic functions of our counties, such as ECDs that we have here in Nairobi. If I take you to the ECDs in my constituency, you'll be shocked. Honorable Speaker, you find a ward development fund of 23 million only. I don't know, that's 0.1% of the 23 billion. That is what you see down there in our wards. And that's it. Actually, that's the only money that you'll see down there. So one of the issues that we've been having with our counterparts in the other house, Honorable Speaker, Senate, we know they've wanted to become a house that is a budget-making house. And yet this Senate, we give them 400 billion, which they divide and send to the counties. And that's it. So they sit back and wait with using their PAC committee to oversight this fund. Honorable Speaker, I think it is time we have a conversation, even with our sister house on the other side. If we can give them 400 billion to appropriate, what would be so difficult? For instance, say here in Nairobi, you have 14 billion on-source revenue that the county assemblies can oversight themselves. Then we send another 23 billion that they budget for, and most of that money does not even go towards development. Why can't our Senate oversight those funds to the point that when those funds go there, they go as a grant and a conditional grant, which our assemblies, we let the assemblies, you have 23 billion from the national government here in Nairobi, appropriate that money, 23 billion, but we must see what you're doing with this 23 billion, because after all, it has come from the national government here. Otherwise, that money goes there and just disappears. If our county, if our Senate were to oversee the 23 billion sent to Nairobi County and state that we want to see 60-70%, because you already have 14 billion you're collecting. We want to see 60-70% of this 23 billion doing development. Honorable Speaker, that would do wonders and change this city in Nairobi. Because imagine if even 50%, that would be 12 billion. There are 17 constituencies in Nairobi. If you are to divide that money, you put even 500 million in every constituency, or if it's the 85 wards that we have, you have 150 million in all those wards. It will change the face of this city. So, Honorable Speaker, today we have the Senate even seated in Busia. Why do they even need to be there? They need to be here checking on these funds, insisting that this 400 billion will now be treated as a grant. If this is not the case, then devolution has failed. This 400 billion going to counties, which was the intention, that we get money from here, send it all the way there. That's why, Honorable Speaker, you've seen us disagreeing with the Honorable Undo when he says Nairobi doesn't need a county. But this 23 billion is what would be used to do the roads in Nairobi, to do the ECDs, to do so many projects. The garbage heaps that you're seeing, this is what would change the city in Nairobi. So, in summary, Honorable Speaker, I think the time is coming when we must have an honest conversation. And we've had about 12 years of devolution, 12, 13 years of devolution. We have a budget that we can see. In my estimate, we should have no less than 3.54 trillion if we count even the grants that have gone there. If we were to audit this 4 trillion, what it's done, what has it done down there? Honorable Speaker, if we are being honest to ourselves, we'll find that this money, Kenyans have not gotten value for their money. And that means that something drastic must be done by this House, by the Senate, to ensure that going forward, things should not be the same. Let us change the way this system works. And more importantly, let us make this entire 400 billion a conditional grant. We want the 23 billion given by the Senate to be a conditional grant for the benefit of the people of Nairobi. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I believe this amendment is a good start, and I believe it will help us get where we want to achieve. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member for Suba North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would want to thank the mover and wish to support with reservations. And the reservations arise from the issues that are raised by Honorable Undo. And what Honorable Undo has raised is significant in the sense that a recent court decision that was actually arising out of a matter that was taken by the Senate declared that all money bills must originate from here. And when I read that, maybe we need a further interpretation, but from my interpretation as a lawyer, Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, it's a bill. So even if it's an amendment, it is still a bill. And if it's going to cost expenditure, that makes it a money bill. So it should have actually originated from here. In substance, I agree with the issues that are raised here. But again, just to emphasize on what some of my colleagues are raising here, that as much as we are putting emphasis on this agency and institutionalizing the Assembly's forum because they've been having it, which are not bad things. But the problem is that in Kenya, we are getting paralyzed by analysis. We do too much analysis, we have too many conferences, we have too many meetings. But we don't focus on the things that truly matter. And the things that truly matter, which have actually been raised, some of the things that have been raised by Honorable Mwenje, is that Honorable Raila Odinga pushed very strongly for devolution because he knew that devolution would make a difference. But now if you look, and I've been very impressed looking at what the Senate committee led by Senator Kajwang has been doing of late, and I've been wondering, is it that they're being televised now? Is it that I'm watching them now? Or why is it that they seem to be doing work a bit differently now? And it's very impressive what they're doing, because we are actually seeing them focusing on issues that are of concern to counties. What we need is a lot more emphasis on monitoring the funds that go to the counties and ensuring that they actually follow the law. A lot of the counties put too much money on recurrent expenditure as opposed to development expenditure. And because of that, we are not going to see the purpose for which devolution was established, which was to accelerate development, especially in areas that have been marginalized. How I wish they could follow the example of NGCDF, which I think is one of the best managed funds in the whole of Africa. I wish actually everybody would emulate NGCDF. I'm doing my PhD and I'm writing on, I know I've been saying this PhD thing for a long time, but why can't I not say? It's not easy to do PhD. And you can see I'm even giving Honorable KJ to connect me to technology. I'll soon as soon as I finish contributing, think about NGCDF. And are not performing to the level that affected. And therefore, many people think that the counties are not performing because the money they should be given should be CDF money. CDF money is a drop in the ocean. If you compare the money that governors are receiving, CDF money is a mere drop. Yet CDF money, you can actually see what this infrastructure that is being done. And why is that? Because CDF has very little recurrent expenditure. And because of the structure that has been put in CDF and the monitoring, I think it's the only fund that is audited by 3 different agencies as opposed to any other fund. Why can't we have the governance funds also audited by 3 different agencies? What I'm hoping Senate could bring is a law that strengthens devolution based on experience. Based on experience, they should now be telling us, these are the loopholes. These are where there are challenges. And I know some of the governors will not say it, but part of the reason that they have ghost workers is because people are putting too much pressure on them for employment. And because people are putting too much pressure, they can't do anything but force those ghost employees. But if we pushed and insisted on systems and the law to be followed, then it doesn't matter how much pressure is put. Like for MPs who are here, it doesn't matter how much pressure is put on you. You are not going to employ anyone with NGCDF. How? Where do you get the strength or energy or the law? Where? How do you start? There is no room to employ anybody under NGCDF because the system is solid, the system is structured. Of course, there may be 1 or 2 who might sidetrack the system, but I always ask people, for a member of parliament to be able to go and steal money, you know who you are, you actually have to connive with? You have to connive with your fund account manager, you have to connive with your chairman, and you must connive with the project management committees.
All the way to the district accountant.
To the district accountant. So really, by the time you are doing that, you shouldn't. Yeah, and the national board and treasurer. And you shouldn't actually, by the time you are doing that, I don't understand why you are even in parliament. You should go home. And the funds in NGCDF are so minimal. If you look at the amount of money that is used for constructing a class, who wants to follow that money to, really, who wants to steal that kind of money? But what I'm saying is that I'm hoping that Senate would be telling us that based on this year of experience with devolution, these are the areas where we are seeing their gaps. They have indicated here, we need this agency, we need the forum. It will help in exchanges and all that, and good practices, and functionality. But where is the law that is ensuring that more money goes to development and infrastructure and not on recurrent expenditure? And that is why, Madam Speaker, I'm just concerned that even as much as we are doing this, this is really Panadol for really for fatigue. But we need Senate to give us medicine to start working around cancer treatment. Because some of the counties, it's not all of them, but unfortunately quite a number of the counties are not performing very well. That's the reality. And we need, you know, like I was seeing the other day when the matter was before the Senate on Busia County. And some of the issues that were arising there, honestly, there are things that should not even reach at the national level. I know the Busia County governor is my very good friend and was my neighbor in parliament. And I don't think it is him who is doing that. But because we don't have tightened structures, then it is very easy for systems that are really poor, you know, to take root in counties. And that's why we are having challenges. If you ask these members, maybe for people like KJ, it might be a bit different, because you come to Nairobi and they already have classrooms in most of the places. But in our areas where there are no classrooms, rural constituencies, there are no classrooms, there are no dining halls, there are no, you know, I know KJ wants to raise a point of order, but you can't compare Nairobi.
It is actually a point of information. Okay. Do you wish to be informed?
I wish to be informed.
And note you have only 30 seconds remaining. Honorable KJ.
Honorable Speaker, and I beg for you to preserve some time for the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, just to inform her that if there is an education crisis in this country, it is within the city. And this is coming from the Member of Parliament who is hosting the largest primary school by population, Ndurarwa Primary School, which is now at around 7,000 learners who are admitted to one compound that they are sharing with the DCC, the constituency office, the DSEC, the community center, to a point where last year we had to come to this house and plead with the members to consider us affirmatively so that we may be able to remedy the situation in the schools within Nairobi City County, where our systems and our classrooms had been condemned as unfit for human occupation. Some were that were last handled in the era of the Councillor Margaret Kenyatta when she was the mayor of Nairobi. Madam Speaker, the situation in the rural areas cannot get anywhere near to where the Nairobi city is. When you look at the situation in the area of the mountain, people are closing down schools. Where do you think those learners are? Rural-urban migration has brought a problem untold to the city. So I understand the point that she wants to bring, but I'd like to inform her that the Honorable Mwafrika here and myself are handling a situation of educating the children who are coming from the rural areas and coming into Nairobi in a place where we do not have the facilities. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank Honorable Millie for accepting to be informed.
Honorable Millie, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think it would be nice for us to visit each other's constituencies. And I understand the crisis that you have in Nairobi, because you have a crisis where you have many, many children and you do not have even the land to build. And you have old buildings, no facilities. Maybe we are better than you because our children learn under trees. So maybe you are missing trees. But for ours, in our areas, there are places where there are no schools. Absolutely. If people come, sometimes I see people who are speaking in Facebook. Some of them I abuse, some I alive, some I ignore. When you come from rural constituencies, like places that are marginalized like us. When I went to an island called Sukru Island, there was no school, no class. In that, the only difference with Nairobi is that it's not an island. The children can get into a bike and cross over to another. Where will the children from Sukuru go get a boat to go to Ngode on the mainland? So we have very unique challenges. What about people who are coming from Remba or Ringiti Island? We have very, very strange challenges in rural constituencies. And when you hear people, you know, these young people of Nairobi, kujeni mashinani, so that you see real life, real poverty, real challenges. Madam Speaker, recently I broke down at an international conference when I was talking. I have to get therapy. The challenges we face in doing our work, I don't think people understand. We face a lot of challenges. If you have a heart for humanity, the problems we face in our communities
will break you.
Will break you. I don't think people know what we go through. So Nairobi iko na shida, lakini yetu, sorry for breaking rules.
You have made your point. Member for Karachuonyo, Honorable Andrew Okwome. Honorable member for Karachuonyo, don't be bullied by the member for Kipipiri. Don't be bullied by the member for Kipipiri. You have the right to make a contribution. Please do.
Yeah. Can I ask Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Member, to agree that there is nothing stopping me from contributing to that too? Yes.
Protected. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. And one thing I've been struggling with in my mind is that we get the bullets, we people who are MPs running the, in quote, running the NGCDF. I'm talking this in relation to the county government share revenue they get. The one thing that everybody must agree, that CDF is doing the best, and you see the products of what the money they get is giving to the population of Kenya. This is different from what the counties are really doing. It is important for the senators to re-examine themselves and see whether the county government is giving what is expected of them, because our expectation there has never been reached even to 50%. The money they get ranges in billions. And the constituency, I don't know whether there are any constituency getting around 200 million. If there are, there can be one or two. They are getting below 200. But the result we get from that amount, you see the building coming up for police. You see the building coming up for the prisons from that small money that NGCDF get. But I don't know, maybe they should send an auditor who is not biased to also see what's coming from the county government. So the county government should actually encourage NGCDF to exist and continue serving the Kenyan people. This is very essential for the development of this country. In fact, some of us can be proud to say, yes, I have done it. A statement which cannot come from governor, and if it comes, it will be from very, very few governors. Those that I know are my friends. I'm not attacking them. I'm attacking what is happening in the counties. Because if we don't do something, we'll be missing the purpose for which devolution was created. Devolution as a system is excellent. We must have it. And I thank His Excellency Raila Odinga for having thought of bringing it. He did a wonderful thing. But if it were followed, Madam Speaker, if it were followed, from that year it started, by now we should be many miles ahead of what we are today. Because the purpose of that creation of devolution was to develop mashinani. In fact, it's because of this that I'm totally against e-procurement, because it is trying to...
Member for Kipipiri, you're totally out of order. Go to the bar, bow and come back. Member, continue, Honorable Member for Karachuri.
I was saying I'm against the e-procurement on one simple ground. That whereas NGCF, for example, was meant to empower the population of the areas they are covering, e-system will be giving tenders to people even from without the constituency the money was given. And this is missing the purpose for which the NGCDF was created. It was not just to build the schools and whatnot. It was also to help the contractors of that particular constituency to develop, get the projects and earn something to improve their situation. Madam Speaker, we have many things to take care of that can make this country develop and be proud of devolution. I plead with our senators to see the way we do, that NGCDF is doing a lot. Comparatively, if you were to look at it in that format, the percentage of our performance in contributing to the nation in relation to the money we get is far much higher than what the counties do give. So it is the counties which should be pulling up, and the senators are responsible for that. We cannot just blame the governors. They should tell us. They are the oversight body for the counties. They should tell us what the counties have done. We should have a system where NGCDF can tell the Kenyans what they have done by the end of the time. And the counties should also do the same, so that we don't just theoretically talk, saying that this NGCF is not doing so well, or county is not doing so well. Let us, by figures, prove and account for ourselves in terms of productivity, in terms of the results of the money we are given. That is not done, but my colleague said it, and it's a fact. How many auditors teams come to audit us in the constituencies? They are numerous. At one time, I was wondering whether my staff or the staff of NGCDF are constantly to be with auditors, and the auditors to answer for what's going on. I don't know whether it is happening in the counties. Madam Speaker, thanks for giving me the time. Don't deny me the chance to talk on what my friend, Madam Wanjiku, Honorable Madam Wanjiku, wanted me to contribute on later when the time comes. Thanks so much.
You have every right. And before I call the mover to reply, I would want to note that serious issues of constitutional nature have been raised, both by Honorable Millie Odhiambo and Honorable Oundo, and we will transmit it for the Speaker to make a communication on those matters. I think it is important just for clarity and also for setting the record straight. It is important. Honorable Chakapong, kindly reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank all the members who have contributed to this bill and the members who have supported. We have taken note of the concerns that have been raised. whatever they have raised will give us insights and will inform decisions in the next phase of this bill. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the Council of Governors is already receiving resources from the national government, but much of it is recurrent, and that's why they seek to just be integrated in the law. And the Council of Governors and the agency, the Council of Governors will deal with issues cutting between county governments. And the agency is a secretariat of the summit, but will also handle disputes between county governments. So, Honorable Speaker, once again want to thank all the members who have contributed to this bill, and I therefore beg to reply. Thank you very much.
Very well. We shall defer the question to the next appropriate time. Next motion. Next order, rather.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of the sessional paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework.
This to be moved by the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment and Forestry, and it shall be deferred. Next order, shall be deferred to the next appointed time.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of reports of the East African Legislative Assembly at the 4th meeting of the 2nd session of the 5th Assembly.
Honorable Wanjiko Muhia, on behalf of the Committee on Regional Integration.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I start to represent my very able chair and give apology. She has not absconded duty. She's on a very special assignment, and she's always in the House. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of report of the EAC, East African Legislative Assembly, and 4th meeting of the 2nd session of the 5th Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 24th September. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 65 of the Treaty for the Establishment of East African Community and Standing Order number 212 of the National Assembly, the report, resolutions, and bills adopted by IALA were transmitted and laid on the table of the House on 1st August 2024 and committed to the Committee on Regional Integration for examination and reporting. The committee considered the IALA reports as follows. 1, the report on the assessment of implementation of the EAC budget for financial year 2024-2025. 2, the report on supplementary budget request and the EAC supplementary appropriation bill 2024. 3, the report on EAC budget estimate financial year 2024-2025. 4, report on projects implemented by the Lake Victoria Basin Commission and the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. 5, the report on the oversight of national election in the Republic of Rwanda and Republic of Uganda. 6, the report of 5th East African Parliamentary Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition. 7, the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024 and EAC Appropriation Bill 2024. And finally, a resolution of the Assembly paying tribute to the late Honorable Dr. Shogo Richard Mulozi, who was a member of IALA. Honorable Speaker, the East African Legislative Assembly, IALA, established at Article 9 of the EAC Treaty, exercises legislative oversight and representative functions, including 49 of the treaty. At its 4th meeting of the 2nd session of the 5th Assembly, that is 23rd June to 4th July 2024 in Arusha, IALA adopted and forwarded the National Assembly the aforementioned report. Honorable Speaker, the committee, having considered the report, made the following observation. 1, only 77% of partner states' contribution were received for financial year 2023 and 2024, with the Democratic Republic of Congo making no remittance, thereby storing critical EAC programs. The supplementary budget of USD 11.1 million exceeded the 5% ceiling set under the Budget Act, raising accountability concerns. The financial year 2024-2025 budget of USD 2.9 million, prioritizing peace and security, trade, monetary union, infrastructure, and social sector. Low cases of duplication and weak alignment of integration goals were noted. Kenya continues to play a key role in hosting the Lake Victoria Basin Commission headquarters in Kisumu, and the Victoria Fisheries Organization projects are critical to climate resilience, food security, and livelihood in the region. On electoral oversight, the committee emphasized the need to strengthen EAC election observer mission and ensure inclusivity of youth, women, and persons with disability in electoral process. The Food Security and Nutrition Alliance highlighted the importance of family farming, climate-smart agriculture, and increased funding to food system. Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore resolved and recommended as following. 1, the partner states' contribution should be based on the GDP rather than equal shares. 2, the treaty should be amended to provide for sanctions against defaulting partner states. 3, prospective new members of EAC should remit their financial contribution upfront as a precondition for admission. Oversight on budget execution should be enhanced with clear guidelines for programs, alignment to integration priorities. Greater political and financial support should be extended to LVBC and LVFO projects. Finally, the mandate and funding of EAC election observer mission should be strengthened. So, Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly most sincerely for invaluable support accorded to the committee in discharging its mandate. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Committee of Regional Integration and pursuant to Standing Order 199-6, it's my pleasant duty to move this motion that the House adopt the report of the committee on its consideration of business transacted by the East African Legislative Assembly at the 4th meeting of the 2nd session of 5th Assembly, 23rd June to 4th July in Arusha, Tanzania. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and with your guidance, if I can say 2 things, but I beg to move.
You still have the floor. You still have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Honorable Speaker, I'll be brief because many members have indicated they want to speak on this motion, and I see even members who serve in this committee, and for interest of time, I will want to speak on this issue of partner state contribution, that the committee consider it to be based on GDP rather than equal shares. Honorable Speaker, EAC mirrors the EU, and why the EU is a very strong bloc, possibly in the whole world, is because the EU practices the GDP. So you will find a country like Germany is giving more or contributing more, while another weaker country is giving what it can only afford. Here in EAC, a country with a very low GDP, which I may not want to mention because of the partner state and family issue, is supposed to contribute $8 million. A country like Kenya, with its well-known GDP, also contribute $8 million. So time and again, Kenya will contribute, Uganda will contribute, Tanzania will contribute, but a few other countries will never contribute, not because they do not want, but because they do not have that capacity. Honorable Speaker, when we look at EAC, we have a population of approximated 340 million people. What is the population of America? Approximated 347. America is boasting as the first world country. Population and economy goes together. So the partner states who do not remit, yet they are able, because we may be knowing them, do not see the gold they sit at EAC. Because with this kind of population, we can trade, economically we can grow, in terms of peace and security we can maintain, and we can very closely go to try and attempt to beat countries which have this similar population. Honorable Speaker, looking at the whole Africa, we have a population of estimated 1.55 billion people in Africa. Yet, I may say, like Trump said, does the UN live the purpose? I would say, does the African Union live the purpose of Africa as a continent? Africa has a population of 1.4 billion, less with almost, mathematically we may see almost 15 billion. So what does this mean? With China having 1.4 billion, with Africa having 1.55 billion, who has more population? Who can trade more? Who can grow more? With Africa having all the minerals, with Africa having extremely, very, very good climatic condition. We do not experience winter. We do not experience summer. We are favored by God to be there. With Africa having great labor personnel, Africa is exporting the labor to Gulf and other Asian countries, even including the Western countries. So having this population, if African summit members could find it fit, they would strengthen the EAC, they strengthen the IGAD, they strengthen the ECOWAS, then together we strengthen ourselves at African Union, and Africa can beat even America. I dare say that to Trump. Honorable Speaker, there are members who have joined the community recently. I may mention them on the floor for record. We have the Republic of DRC, though knowing that they have been struggling in terms of security, but it joined the community. We have the Republic of Somalia. Honorable Speaker, the committee, and this is my personal recommendation, do recommend that we put a clause where we ask members to contribute upfront to test their seriousness. Because in Tanzania, we used to say, East African community, in Kiswahili, Honorable Speaker, ni shamba la bibi. Honorable Jamatia know it very well. Why do we say this? A partner state will join the community. They have the members of the staff. They go with the pocket well paid, yet they are paid by three partner states. We have now 8 partner states. How can 3 partner states carry a whole community? When a partner state is joining, it must know that there are payments, and this is an obligation which can grow the community. So it is a very sad story because the committee looked at the budget issues. And of course I will ask, is the milk white? Is the green? Is the grass green? Because even if we are saying that this budget is ABCD, but what budget? We never fund our budget. With 3 countries, and the budget is maybe $60 million, while we have funded the budget from the other stakeholders of goodwill, but we never raise the money to support our budget as EAC. So in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, also a critical thing is missing in EAC. There is no PFM Act, and that is why the budget and financial management cannot experience good practice. When these members from Kenya joined IALA4, myself, Honorable Jamatia, Honorable Kadir, and the Gen Z, Honorable Oburu Odinga, this was our first question. We all served in budget committee, and we kept on asking this question: how can a community miss the PFM Act? Honorable Speaker, the sad story is none of us as members would have initiated that bill, because the practice in EAC, all the bills emanate from the council. The parliament there in IALA is semi-autonomous. A member will not wake up and do a PFM Act and the bill be realized so that the community can move forward. This is one of the sad stories, and if the members in IALA could be allowed to make these bills, instead of waiting for council forever, something like PFM Act would have been realized and good practice of money could have been achieved. there is also issues of political and financial support should be extended to LVBC, LVFO. These are the institutions for the community which have been doing very well in terms of climate change, particularly in Kisumu, taking care of the lake, making sure there is good fish, and these institutions also lack financial support because the remittance are not in place. Honorable Speaker, the election observer mission, considering the purpose of EAC is also to maintain peace in the whole continent, the observer mission is underfunded. So when you are going for this observer mission, it never really realizes the purpose. Worst even, after the observer mission, the report is just given to the Council of Ministers and the partner state where the observer mission was. And worst even, it is recommended as note. So there is no vibrant debate to make recommendation, they be actualized, and this is one of the setbacks which beats the logic why even the observer missions is in place. Honorable Speaker, because I know members want to contribute, I wouldn't leave without saying that if partner states will not contribute, they should just allow the amendment of the treaty. We contribute with the GDP so that you contribute this much, but also you have veto powers. And if you continue with this merry-go-round of whoever contribute the money, then I can assure you, Honorable Speaker, this community will not grow and it will not meet its target of strengthening the whole continent of Africa. Finally, Honorable Speaker, we have members and officers from all partner states. They all go with salaries at home. For instance, the members of IALA. For instance, the members may not be sitting in IALA because there is no budget, there is no money. Why would members from Kenya suffer? Why would members from Kenya not sit? I think we should be bold and candid enough and maybe make an amendment in the same treaty by strengthening the sanctions schedule so that if your country does not contribute, then your members are not paid. Otherwise, this family business will not make the community achieve its goal. Honorable Speaker, I wish to add there, but I also want to urge the leadership of this House to be like the Deputy Honorable Speakers, that is Honorable Bosholei, Honorable yourself, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Majority Whip, that is Honorable Naomi Wako, Honorable Miri Odhiambo, who has been very decent, honestly. Because, Honorable Speaker, you can see it is past 6 and I'm here, yet some leadership purport that some of us do not come to the House. It's not good to play to the gallery. I urge them to be like the deputy speakers, the deputy majority whipper, the deputy ladies of this House, who, in my view, they should even be then the main members. After all, I always see them until this late, yet the ones accusing some of us are technically in the House. Honorable Speaker, I thank you, and I ask Honorable Naomi Wako, our colleague in this committee, to second this good report. Thank you.
Very well. Member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to second this as requested by the mover. I want to congratulate Honorable Wamuya for moving this report very ably. She's a member of that committee, and we have a very able chair who is also a very committed member, chairperson, and has a lot of passion for this committee to progress well. Honorable Speaker, the mover has covered every area because of her experience. And during her time as our chair, she shared a lot of her experience with us and challenged us in many ways. And we have also tried to see how the committee can be of help to EAC. Honorable Speaker, I have gone through the report which I have participated in. And once again, I want to congratulate our committee because we gave this a lot of attention and also had a retreat in Mombasa, whereby we had a representation from the ministry. The PS was there, and they gave us a better understanding, because many of us have known Yala and the struggles they go through. But during that retreat, we were able to understand the situation even in a better way. And the committee recommendation is what I will focus on as I second. Number one, the mover has already touched on that, but number one, the committee recommended to address the persistent financial challenges facing the community. The committee underscored the urgent need for joint roundtable meeting between Yala's Budget Committee and Integration Committee for all partner states. This, Madam Speaker, is very important, because unless we try to solve this problem, the challenges that Yala or East African community is going through will not be solved. And we need to get to the root and see how best we can solve this problem, because if only 3 states, partner state, does their contribution 100%, and the rest are not doing that. And I understand sometimes even the Yala members of parliament are not paid on time. They don't get their allowances. They don't do the visits they need to do simply because they don't have the money. And the question is, for how long will this continue? I remember in the 12th parliament, this was discussed in many forums, and that problem has not been solved. Well, we are proud as Kenyans, because from the report, we were told that Kenya is performing very well and submitting, on time and sustaining even the others. But for how long will that happen? So for us to solve that problem, we must sit together as the committee has recommended. Number 2, the committee further proposed a shift from the current eco-contribution model to GDP-based formula, because the other one is not helping us. And so if we can base it on GDP, we might be able to encourage those who are financially struggling. Number 3, to enhance financial discipline and accountability, the committee should amend the EAC treaty. And finally, the committee emphasizes that the EAC success as vehicle for regional cohesion and integration hinges on unwavering political support from partner states. My time is up, but I second this and pray that Yala or EAC will be out of the current challenges they are in. They are really struggling to see the struggles, but see how best we can solve.
Very well. Honorable members, allow me to propose a question that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of reports of the East African Legislative Assembly at the 4th meeting of the 2nd session of the 5th Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 24th September 2025. We'll start with the member for Seme.
This side.
The mic is roving. It's back to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. As I rise to support the report, I also feel a bit sad, because from where I sit, we are not progressing, we are going backwards. If you look at the report, it's actually half of it is about the budget. implementation of the budget, supplementary budget, the report on the budget estimate for the financial year, and then you have only two things which are not budget: projects implemented by Lake Victoria Basin Commission, and report on the oversight and national elections board in Rwanda and Uganda, and something about the Lake Basin Commission. And then you go on to say that as much as we are talking about that money, only 77% of the contribution is received, and that some members don't receive, don't contribute at all. Now, if you look at that, and going back to what the mover had said about the desire that this should actually lead in the unity of East Africa and Africa as a whole. You know, in 1958, Kwame Nkrumah, the moment they got independent, actually called all the newly independent African states, I think in Ghana, in Accra, and they said, can we get together? The resolution was that let all of us get independent, then we will sit down to unite. His proposal was that as you get independent, let us unite and come in and join an existing institution. Obviously, they all got independent, they all went their way, to the pleasure of actually our colonizers. In 1962, when we were just about to get independent, I think it was President Nyerere who actually suggested that they can delay their independence so that the three East African states then become independent together. Well, it didn't happen, and now we are where we are. So what we are seeing, and when I grew up, I didn't know the distinction within the three East African states. Maybe I've said this before, but look at what was one. East African Airways was one. East African Railways and Harbors was one. East African Road Services, even buses were one. East African Power and Lighting was one. East African Telecommunications was one. The Airways was one. The university was one. The University of East Africa. And I know many of us don't know why this place up here is called the community. It was the headquarters for East African Community Common Services. And that's why it's called community. I went there for an interview to be trained as a pilot those days. Well, my father didn't want that. I wanted to do that. My father thought better. Of course, the training school was in Tororo. And you could be posted anywhere and work anywhere. You didn't need anything. How many years later, 50 years later, we are now thinking of a monetary union. We had a single currency, the East African shilling. So really, we are moving backwards. And me, as I support this, all I can say, if those who are in the assemblies there, whether they come from East Africa, whether they come from Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and now DRC, and the others that are coming in. I think when we go to that IALA, I think we should not think as members of individual countries trying to get advantage for our individual states. We should go there as people trying to get one union of East Africa. If we think like that, I think even these issues of contributions will actually work out better. You see, we have a weak center, but we are bringing in others. The East African, the original three, are not strong enough, but now we are bringing others, and I think that will just weaken. You cannot expand when the center is weak. So, Madam Speaker, I would have said more, but I am going more on history. But we should look at, although the headquarters is in Arusha, probably the real regional headquarters for East Africa is actually Kisumu. So basing these institutions in Kisumu is actually a good start. But we should just really see this as one unit. And those who have been there, members who are there, try to see what can be done.
KJ.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. I want to thank the Honorable Wanjiku Mohia, her herself a very consummate East African who has served in Yala, and I also see in the House the Honorable Jamatia Sergon, herself also a former member of Yala. Madam Speaker, the reports that have been laid here are rafts of reports, and allow me on my behalf and on behalf of the people of Dagoretti South to also send my condolence messages to the Member of Parliament who lost his life, and say pole to that family.